Hello, everybody! Welcome, everybody, to Middle Cup 22. It's Tower Control Edition here in Mulloway IT. I'm Killing alongside Greg Guru, also known as Greg. First of all, Greg, how are you today?
I'm doing great, ready to get into this tournament. By all accounts, this looks to be the biggest Minnow Cup ever, over 60 participants. So excited to see what these teams can do today.
Absolutely excited to see how each team tackles the Tower Control Edition of Middle Cup here. Of course, every map here is going to be tower controlled. We're going to be starting off round one group stages with Inkstrike Krakens versus Overkill. I'll be curious to see how both teams want to approach their respective round one maps here in a bit. But what do you know so far about both these teams? If you happen to know anything.
Not super familiar with these teams so far. Kind of browsing around their bios. It looks like, not sure if that's actually the case or not, but Overkill looks like 4 members from 4 different countries, which is pretty crazy to see. Not sure if that's actually the case or not, but
They,
pretty
they
cool.
could be they could be messing with you though.
They could be. I mean, hey, I've had experience. There were times where I was going into a tournament, and I think we represented three countries amongst the 4 of us. I've had some teammates from Brazil and a teammate from Mexico joined by 2 American teammates. So, it could happen. It's just crazy how this game's able to just bring people together across borders. As long as you can game, you're in.
Oh, absolutely. Just everybody just joining from so many different places, bonding together, playing on a team especially. It's always fun and just brings out so many diverse people across the board here. Now, of course, we are for all the group stages matches. We're going to be going to play all 3 stages. We're going to be playing through all 3 of the maps. We got our first map up ahead, Undertow Spillway Tower Control. Of course, Greg. Any thoughts on Undertow Spillway?
Very, very tricky map for tower control, especially. Just that second checkpoint, you're kind of just down in this pit. It's hard to really attack from because even though you have the high ground, there's just not a lot of easy ways to really contest the tower because you are just kind of diving into a death pit with the tower. So you need some range to be able to contest that. Charger is very strong, ballpoint, especially now, very strong there. Wonder if we'll see either team pull that out. And of course, I wonder if Inkstrike Krakens is kind of telegraphing their plans for this set with their name. Inkstrike. Could see the triple strike very strong, especially tower control can kind of be the GG Inkstrike, and Kraken, still a problem on tower, if not quite as much as it used to be.
Oh, absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised, as you mentioned, just chargers being used, any longer range weapons being thrown out there. You mentioned the ballpoint. We see the ballpoint available actually um on Overkill right there. Otherwise, I like a lot of the weapons that both teams are really dishing out there. Of course, Splash Mag, a very safe choice for Inkstrike Krakens on the other side, highlighting there the ballpoint and the T-Tech to boot.
I love seeing the tri-stringer representation here. A weapon everybody was excited for at launch, but hasn't got much love lately. But right away we're seeing Inkstrike Krakens getting 2 down, gonna try to take this fight here. Not gonna be able to quite finish it up, but they should at least get to start this push now.
Yeah, Inkstrike Kraken's going to be starting off this push, entering to the first checkpoint. They do lose the zap, to note there. Actually, they turn this into 3 down. Overkill is able to take out 3 members. That push is not going to make it past the first checkpoint, but that Stamper is going to try to wreak havoc there with their Zipcaster, not able to find too much. This was going to be Overkill's time to push up ahead near the first checkpoint. Small little push, but still definitely early in this match.
Here's kind of what you fear now. Ballpoint on a map with just such favoring of the distance right now. Just being able to control this tower. It's really hard to approach here. They're going to need some specials in order to get in here. Second checkpoint. Looks like they're going to be able to get through without a problem. Overkill really recovered from going 2 down early on now. They're taking a commanding lead.
Yeah, very strong lead right out of the gate here. 35 points remaining. Still pushing along this tower. Just so much coverage of this map alone, and it's just doing so much for Overkill at this stage in the game. Inkstrike Krakens, they have to be able to respond there. And it looks like Overkill looking to escape. Coolers being popped out right now. You're getting the drinks out there for the Inkstrike Kraken. They're still on this third check, but they're still trying to force this push. The ballpoint does go down. But it looks like most of Overkill, they're looking to retreat, trying to play it safe, so they turn this to 20 points remain, effectively a very strong push. But of course, with Tower Control, still plenty of time left in this matchup as the splash goes down.
Oh man, and they had their crab tank ready. Really fortunate slap on there from Overkill to take out some of that aggression and be able to hold mid with that.
Oh, absolutely, and just being able to hold mid, and then just be able to turn this one around and make it work. I really love what I'm seeing here for Inkstrike Kraken. They're actually taking out 2 members. They did lose the Tri-Stinger, but that's not going to be too much of an issue right now. It's a delayed triple right now. When it looks like the tower is resetting, nobody on the tower right away. It looks like for Inkstrike Kraken, they're just trying to get as much control as they can. Ballpoint's able to find one in the Inkjet, the double out right away from the Inkjet. Now the Stamper going down as well. It's a delayed triple yet again, and this time Overkill is able to get more power, more control of the map. Excuse me, as they're back on the tower again, Greg.
Just the power of the Inkjet there, just totally able to turn the tide. They were at a man disadvantage, but able to just correct that right away with that huge double, and now right in the tower, they're going to be able to contest this. Another Inkjet already out.
This Ballpoint is just absolutely farming so many Inkjets there and able to find a few picks. In this iteration of the Inkjet, not quite there. The Ballpoint does get punished right away from the recall. The Blue Dabble's also going down as well. And Inkstrike Kraken, they're still being able to respond on defense, but they have to be able to respond back on offense. Let's see if the Zipcaster finds usage. Glued on to one of the walls. They're trying to find anybody, but it looks like no Overkill members on site until now. The Zap going down right out of the gate, and they're still attacking this first checkpoint. That's Inkstrike Kraken, that is, but it looks like at this stage in time, they're still not able to break this one through. The splash going down yet again, and so does the Stamper. It's 2 down right away.
The defense right now from Overkill, just they are not losing any fights in mid. They're just, you keep expecting this counter push from Inkstrike Krakens to come out, but they're just not allowing it. They have not had any trouble just retaking from their side of the map.
Oh, absolutely, and it looks like Overkill just able to win a lot of these fights there. Tri-Stinger going down, just excellent play all around with Minnow going down there. And again, another Inkjet. We just keep seeing Inkjets from this Ballpoint there, and it looks like that's going to be the Ballpoint going down once again on the recall. The Crab Tank is being popped out here for Inkstrike Kraken, at least trying to build space, but it's more defensive. They do at least take out 2 members. Inkstrike Kraken, again, same ordeal. It's a strong defense with 20 points remaining. They're able to successfully defend the 3rd checkpoint, but once again, when they try to make anything happen on offense, Overkill is just right there to deny them.
Yeah, and really just this comp from Overkill is just a comp that really tests your aim. You have 2 dualies, so just constantly in your face, constantly rolling around, hard to hit. You have Ninja Squid from the T-Tech, and then you have a Ballpoint that, you know, like all Splatling, is going to be able to strafe really fast, so it's just a lot to deal with and very easy to over-pursue fights and get caught out, but only a few seconds left here. They're going to have to at least get on tower, but the Ballpoint's already pre-firing it. They're at least able to back it off. They're going to pop Killer Whale to try to get up, and here comes the Inkjet.
Yeah, the Inkjet being popped right there. It's just such an excellent Inkjet, and just being able to touch the tower. Nobody on Inkstrike Kraken to touch the tower and try to force an offensive push. And the first map of this set, of this round 1 set, goes to Overkill. Nicely done.
Yeah, just solid performance from them. You know, they kind of staggered out the gate there at the beginning, going 2 down, but no panic at all. They were able to really stay in control that entire game.
I'd like to highlight a few things here, Greg. That Ballpoint from Kazooie, I believe, on Ballpoint duty for Overkill just found so much value, just doing everything with their Inkjet to just find a couple picks. You see more often than not, even though some of the Inkjets may have not gotten a few picks onto Inkstrike Krakens. We saw a few where there was a double and then one, and then it just kept opening the door there for Overkill. Yes, they just weren't able to break through that 3rd checkpoint, but there's really no. But even so, still a strong offensive push, and then just being able to hold their own against Inkstrike Kraken's attempt to counter push.
Yeah, when you get it down in the 20s like that, it really is, you know, you don't want to go too crazy if it means your team wiping out and giving Inkstrike Krakens a real chance at a good counter push. You know, sometimes it's nice to just keep pouring the pressure on because it forces Inkstrike Krakens to have to use specials not offensively, not to gain ground in your territory. It's just to reclaim their own ground, their own territory they already had and try to stop your push. So they're constantly just trying to play catch up, which that's what you want to do. Just stay aggressive, but don't overcommit and give them free reign of the map.
it's just excellent disciplined play from Overkill. We're on to the second map right out of the gate here. Inkblot Art Academy. What else? Tower control, and this map can get a little tricky around the second and third checkpoint in between where the defense can shine for either team. It looks like we're going to be seeing the same weapons out of Overkill. Overkill there. Correction, that is Whale on the ballpoint. I'll get that name right next time. And it looks like it's going to be the same weapon. So both teams really just sticking to the same formula. But we'll see if Inkstrike Krakens have a response on this particular map combo.
Yeah, right now they're early going. You see a lot of people grouped up on the left side of the map for Overkill. See if they take these fights. They are going to get the splash taken down. Oh, and now the Stamper is going to get taken out as well. So right away, picking up where they left off the last game, getting this push started.
Yeah, getting this same push start again, another 2 down situation there for Inkstrike Kraken. They had to retreat, and the Inkjet finds another one. Spectro going down. Whale again, just finding so much value out of the ballpoint. This ballpoint is just doing a lot of work for Overkill, just build up the space, and then just being able to find even more picks on that Inkjet. And it looks like so far they're still only stuck at 92 points remaining. So even with all that, though, Inkstrike Kraken still definitely holding their own. T-Tech going down on Overkill.
Here's their chance. They have some specials ready. Oh, they do get the cooler off, but the zap is going to go down right away. And looks like somebody went down going to get a drink. And now it looks like the fight here. Wow, huge play here by Overkill. Able to turn the tide around. They didn't have much of an advantage special-wise, but now they're pushing all the way up onto the plat.
Yeah, they're able to push all the way up to plat and actually able to touch the first checkpoint. Now, the first checkpoint isn't broken because Whale's trying to use that Inkjet, see if they can pressure out more of the members. Their Zipcaster being used from Inkstrike Kraken, trying to find any value there, and it's just flying all over the board. No value whatsoever. In fact, going down from the recall, it is just one down, however, on both sides. So the tower just resets back to mid, and as we say that now, the Dually Sculpture is going down as well. Inkstrike Kraken's at least still holding strong. And one thing for Inkstrike Kraken right now, Overkill Sun is broken through the first checkpoint, so still plenty of time to get a really solid push.
Yeah, maybe needed to just stay on the tower to there, at least clear that checkpoint instead of popping the Inkjet. But the way the Inkjets have been going, I can't really blame them for popping that, but they'll get another chance here right away. It looks like Spectre's causing some problems here on the Stamper, but is going to get taken out by Claws and Whale. So it looks like now Whale just backing up has, of course, another Inkjet ready. Probably going to see it popped here as they look to finally get this tower moving, but we're almost halfway through the game and one checkpoint hasn't even been broken yet.
Yeah, and I think it kind of illustrates how Inkstrike Kraken's just adapted with their weapons. They didn't really change too much from the weapons side. They're just able to find some key picks. Well, as soon as we say that, the first checkpoint's just broken. Overkill is able to get past the first checkpoint. A little bit of a interesting timing on that one. Crab Tank's able to find a few more. Well-placed Crab Tank from the splash, able to get a few picks. And they only, even though they broke through the first checkpoint, it's still not that much past the first checkpoint. And that's kind of where with that tower control path, where things can get a little tricky on offense. You have to be able to account for all teams trying to rush in through plat. However, 2 members down on Inkstrike Krakens again. Overkill, the same formula from the first map, just being able to hold well on defense.
I am seeing Inkstrike Krakens adapt here. Rather than challenging the Inkjet, I saw they had specials ready when the Inkjet was popped, but everybody just kind of hid from it, and then as soon as the Inkjet was done, then the Crab comes out, then the Killer Whale comes out. They were able to take nib with that, but still struggling to really put up some points on offense. Just the defense from Overkill still a problem for them.
Yeah, Overkill's just doing a really good job just playing this one, not trying to overcommit too much there. As basically both teams going one member down. But I really like how Overkill's just trying to play this one a little methodically there, just trying to not overcommit, trying to make sure that, okay, we're gonna try to put paint down, trying to make sure we can get as much territory as we can without trying to move too far ahead. Crab Tank, however, finding one. Claws going down as well. Splat Bomb and many other bombs being thrown takes out the Crab Tank. Crab Tank denied, and the zap goes down. Half and half is done, and that's 2 members down on Inkstrike Kraken's end, but Overkill not able to turn this one into a push. I think they're going to be okay with that, though, with more members from Inkstrike Kraken's down. Delays the offense by a lot, and now Overkill trying to set up again.
That was a huge pick by that Tri-Stringer. That T-Tech almost just ran through the entirety of Inkstrike Krakens, but able to stop that and really limiting the damage now as Overkill still, they have control of tower, but still not really able to push it far. But here comes the T-Tech again for revenge. Looks like they will get that kill, and so now they do have a foothold on the plat, but Meanwhile, their tower's in trouble. They have 2 members of Inkstrike Krakens contesting that. One of them will go down, and now we see Butter here just sharking. They're gonna have to jump back as the tower keeps moving.
Yeah, this tower is just going to keep on moving on to the second checkpoint, and basically Inkstrike Krakens, they just have to deny and then just be able to get a push of their own onto the tower. Someone has to touch the tower right now, though, but there's going to be so much distraction, and I think the distraction was just enough with the dualies just rolling around and causing so much confusion on the side of Inkstrike Krakens, or rather having to commit, or Inkstrike Krakens, or rather having to commit to them. Inkstrike Krakens can't touch the tower, and Overkill wins the second map.
So that, just like that, Overkill will take the set. We'll still have a game 3 here, but you know, if you're Inkstrike Krakens, I feel like you definitely improved on that game compared to game 1. So, you know, you maybe don't come away with a win this set, but definitely take advantage of this third game here as a way to get even better and maybe help the rest of your tournament run.
Oh, absolutely. And a few things I'd like to highlight there. Yes, Overkill did win this one. I think, however, with Inkstrike Krakens and how their composition was gonna work, it was gonna help them at least hold on defense. But the same situation arose again for Inkstrike Krakens. They trying to find a push or any sort of openings there. But as we've highlighted before, Overkill just trying to avoid committing too much, trying to avoid pushing forward when they really don't need to. They're just playing that one more methodical, which allowed them to just cover all the ground, all the ground that Inkblot had to offer. And as much as Inkstrike Krakens definitely made it a lot more competitive, it just wasn't enough by the end of it.
Absolutely, yeah. So we'll head over to Hagglefish, and honestly, like I'd say I'm a little worried here for Inkstrike Krakens because this is probably one of the better uh, ballpoint maps here coming up. You have just this area, this tent area that a lot of backliners like to hang out and can be pretty much uncontested. Not really easy ways to flank that, so that's something they can just kind of spam fizzy bombs, you know, contest with a lot of paint, and just keep building up those ink jets for when they do want to push in with their team. So if I'm Inkstrike Krakens, I need kind of a strategy. What are we gonna do to deal with this ballpoint up there? Are we gonna maybe pull out something like a blaster? Are we gonna just commit specialists to clearing out that area? You know, they do have a crab tank ready, so that is an option, but Inkjet now pretty strong against crab tanks, so you're gonna need to be kind of proactive and try to deal with the ballpoint player before they have Inkjet ready, not once they pull it out.
That's a good point right there. We've seen in the past two maps here in Undertow and Inkblot, we saw Overkill just excellent ballpoint play, and with Whale on ballpoint duty for Overkill, it really starts Inkstrike Krakens, as you mentioned, they now have to start thinking what is our way to make sure that we can pressure out that ballpoint from just trying to find any openings and just trying to make it work with the inkjet. You do highlight though that hey, maybe we have to switch away from the crab tank because that inkjet is just going to completely mess with that crab tank. But this is also a map where there are a lot of good sight lines that you can completely build all the space and then even find even more picks if you can play the long range game well. And I think I wouldn't be surprised at all, Greg, if Inkstrike Krakens want to continue dishing out the same weapons here leading into this next map. But of course, I could be wrong. They could be throwing a curveball at both of us sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. I think one thing I want to see them more is just kind of coordinating around their tactical or usage, because that is something that can help kind of turn the tide in fights. That's something that a lot of people are running to deal with the inkjet pressure. They're basically just to put it one way, just kind of throwing in the towel, saying, "Hey, Inkjet's so strong, we can't beat it, but let's at least have tactical or so when we die to it." The Inkjet recall is all the way at the back of the map. We're already spawned in by then, so it ends up just kind of being a wash. So I'd like to see them kind of maybe holding on to those tacticoolers until the Inkjet comes out, so then that way the team can kind of be all soda up by the time the Inkjet is applying that pressure.
No, absolutely. And we're about to queue in right here. And yeah, okay, there is going to be a big change. Actually, the sloshing machine, which is a very solid choice coming out of the side of Inkstrike Kraken. I actually really like this change, but they went away from the tactical. There's going to be no tactical available on Inkstrike Krakens.
Yeah, I like the slashing machine pick here. It's definitely kind of fallen out in the favor given its recent nerfs, but still a solid weapon, especially for this mode like this. The kit just works so well with the Booyah Bomb, but right away Overkill getting aggressive, but it will get traded out. Really like nice pick there by the Tri-Stringer. And just kind of holding mid right now, kind of deal with the pesky dualies right underneath them. Always a problem.
Yeah, but the same story applies. It's the same ballpoint that's just running amok, and of course the back door got opened big time for Inkstrike Krakens, and this is now the first checkpoint going to be broken here in just a few moments. Actually, it will be the first checkpoint broken. I was stumbling a little bit there because it looked like it was 3 down, turning this into a delayed wipe. So Inkstrike Krakens, yes, they did lose the first checkpoint on defense, but they're able to win the fight around that first checkpoint. So this means that the tower is going to reset back to mid. They might be able to try to get a push squad, but they need to assert some map control as much as they can. That's just been a problem really for Inkstrike Krakens coming into the past 2. Now they got to see if they can deal with this one. 2 members down on both sides, and it looks like they may be able to get a push going here, Greg.
Yeah, 2v2 situation. Have to be careful. This jump in mid is going to get taken out. And oh no, another jump. It looks like that could also be camped out, but it looks like they are going to miss with the reef slider. But the tower, meanwhile, is going to get backed off. What it looks like now, another person sneak on tower here. This is a big fight here with the T-Tech, but they will get taken out as well. This dualies is just creating some havoc in the middle of the map.
Yeah, the Blue Dapple's pretty much the unsung hero as well, winning the previous map. Now just causing some problems. Just the T-Tech not able to take him out big time. And once again, Overkill just doing a lot of work, able to find some picks. Their aggression is paying off big time, finding all the angles across the board. But it looks like it is going to be 1 down on both sides. Now 2 members down, but more the ballpoint going down will probably give Inkstrike Krakens the ability to say, okay, go. We took out the ballpoint. Maybe we can start pushing up our advantages. But Overkill, even with losing that ballpoint, they're still pushing up ahead.
Yeah, there's the hard comp to deal with. Even with the ballpoint down, you have just these dualies rolling all over the place. You have this T-Tech again with the Ninja Squid, so not super eager to rush in mid, but a nice double right there to get the ball rolling for them.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice double coming from Inkstrike Krakens. It's a great. This will at least get the tower going at this stage, but it looks like again this tower's just pushing right to where Overkill's just ready up for them on defense, and this might have been a little bit mistimed on the stagger. They're trying to force a tower push, and they get punished. Overkill punishes just the overzealous Inkstrike Krakens, just trying to make something happen, knowing that they've been behind for a good chunk of this set, and instead they just get completely taken out there. So right now, Overkill is able to try to convert this with a push of their own, and sure, they did lose 2, but they're still pushing right ahead. That ballpoint is still alive. It found the tri-stringer.
Let's see if the drop roller is gonna ruin this camp. It looks like they maybe didn't roll, and so now the machine is able to stop this push, but now the dualies in mid, just a wall of trouble to try to stop them from retaking here, but this game is so close right now.
This game is still close, and even with that push from Overkill, it's only an extra point. So Inkstrike Krakens at least able to save that push big time. But more importantly, I need to see if Inkstrike Krakens they have 2 specials available. There's the crab tank. That's 2 members down.
There we go, 2 down.
Yep. They gotta get the specials going. The T-Tech and the Slushy Machine specials, Booyah Bomb and Inkstrike, triple Inkstrike available. This could be a really solid looking push, but they gotta place those specials correctly. Booyah Bomb trying to pressure out the rest of the members of Overkill. Ballpoint going down. That's gonna be insanely huge. That's 2 members down, and that should be the lead change coming up here shortly as this is a delayed triple. 55 seconds left. Inkstrike Krakens, they broke it open.
Huge, and now the ballpoint getting a pick. They are going to still see if they can sneak the second checkpoint with the Inkstrikes. Are going to get 2 members down, but now there's just the splash left. Looks like they're just going to hang back right now, hang on to that crab tank, and get ready for a final defense here. Actually going to pop it now.
I was gonna say they did pop the crab tank. That might be a little bit early, but they've proven me wrong big time. It's 3 members down here, Greg, and looks like Inkstrike Krakens, they found the opening they needed. The special coordination was just on point for that push. It's 17 seconds left to go here, Greg, and Inkstrike Krakens all have full control of mid. Really, for Overkill, though, they got 10 seconds left to have a counter push. They've been able to do this before, but they gotta find the openings. It's 2 members down on both sides, but the Slosher Machine Booyah Bomb is available, and this is gonna be a rush in, but it looks like the tower cannot be taken by Overkill, and Inkstrike Krakens, they salvage this 3rd map, and Overkill will take this one 2-1.
Yeah, so solid job to both teams there. Overkill took care of business, got the win, but if you're Inkstrike Krakens, you don't want to lose, but that's probably the best way to lose. They really showed growth just through the course of that set. Sometimes maybe you go into a tournament around 1, you're maybe not quite warmed up and ready to go, but they improved as the set went on. So I would not want to be the team that faces them round 2 here.
Oh, absolutely. Some quick notes with that third map. Just excellent special coordination from Inkstrike Krakens. They actually patiently waited for that opening. It wasn't a huge lead either. They were waiting for the crab team to pop, and then the Booyah Bomb to pop. They're trying to build up all the space, just displace the rest of Overkill on that push alone. And the great coordination just ballooned them past the first checkpoint onto the near the second. And with all that happening in less than a minute, all you really do is just hold on defense, and they did exactly that. Just excellent play all around on that last push.
Yeah, great job by them. So, taking a look at just some of the other scores from the set round 1, again, this is one of the biggest Minnow Cups we've seen so far. Aquatic Vanguard winning their set. I saw they were tied 1-1 against This Is Fine. They do get the win 2-1 there. Surf and Turf takes a 3-0 victory over Lunacy. A lot of sets wrapping up as we finish up round 1 here. So, I believe we are going to take a break, and pretty soon we'll be back with round 2, so stick around.
Welcome back, everybody. Minnow Cup 22 Tower Control resumes in. We got the second round covered for you today with Alliance Moon versus Calamity Delta Eli for our featured matchup. I'm Killen once again, and once again, Greg joins me. Greg, we saw an awesome 2-1 set in round one. Personally, I'm hoping to see a very, very competitive set between these two teams coming up.
Yeah, both teams coming off a win in their first set, so looking to keep the good times rolling, but only one's going to come away with the victory here. Alliance Moon, definitely have seen them around, a team that competes in a lot of these tournaments. I've seen them in Minnow Cup before, seen them low ink before. They're definitely a team that has been around for a bit. Calamity Delta Eli, not quite as familiar with them, but we'll see what they're able to do here against a team that definitely has some experience together as we start out on Scorch Gorge Tower Control, of course.
Oh, absolutely. And Scorch Gorge Tower Control, this is probably one of my more favorite map combinations here, at least personally. It is a large map, so both teams have to deal with this one. I can see things getting a little competitive around the second and third checkpoint, basically just like every other map in Tower Control, but this one especially because the tower path moves on to the right where things can get a little dicey, demand how players position. So I'd like to see how players adapt as we're about to load right in. Once again, Alliance Moon versus Calamity Delta Eli to get things going, and I'm seeing some very fun weapon choices here from both these sides. What do you see here, Greg?
I like the rapid deco coming out with the inkjet. We actually see two inkjets from the side of Alliance Moon, so they also have the tri-sloshers, so expect a lot of pressure from that. I like that on this map, especially. You kind of have this big wall, the snipe area, so have a special that can just get over that and contest. Definitely nice. And we see Ace rushing down somebody, able to get that kill with the rapid deco, and now pushing up. I like this aggressive play here, trying to chase down and will finish off the quad.
Yeah, that is a quad to finish off a delayed wipe, especially. This is going to kickstart this tower control push onto the first checkpoint. Bucket the try goes out. The wiper is traded away 1-for-1 on both sides. We do see the inkjet this time for the rapid blaster deco, trying to wreak some havoc there. Ace trying to find some value. Crab Tank popped on the top, finding the wiper there. And this push is still going along onto the second checkpoint. And this is where things can get a little dicey around the second and third. As we do see, look, it is going to be okay go from Alliance Moon. Great. They're just taking out members left and right. It's a 2-for-1 trade. We're going to look to see if Calamity Delta Eli has responded. It looks like they may have.
This is just textbook special usage and positioning. There have been inkjets just constantly going off during this push, mixed in with the crab tank, but somehow with the help of this soda, it looks like Calamity Delta Eli is going to be able to at least stop the bleeding for now as the tower goes back to mid, but we see not going to be able to get back into mid for free, so Splash has something to say about it.
Yeah, so a few things I'd like to highlight here. It's actually 3 members down, and this is going to be Calamity Delta Eli. If they play this incredibly aggressive comp correctly, they could get this snowballing in their control. One thing I want to note here with Calamity Delta Eli's composition, it is full aggression. And on the other side for Alliance, there is a range difference. They do have a lot more range, but the aggression has to come from the Rapid Blaster, Deco, the Splash, and basically everybody but the Heavy Splatling from the back. And it looks like so far for Calamity Delta Eli, they're able to break through the first checkpoint, but this is going to be swinging around the other direction. Alliance Moon turns this to a delayed wipe.
Yeah, just so hard to deal with that coordinated push there by Alliance Moon to just have people dive into the center of the map and get behind tower and contest it that way. Really hard when you're dealing with a team that just is on the same page and does that all at the same time. And now we see some more people going down on defense. Not what you want to see if you're trying to get this comeback here, but just again, the specials are coming out, the Wave Breaker, now the Inkjet. Really a lot to deal with now if you are Calamity Delta Eli. Just so much to deal with, and now that Inkjet gets another pick, and this Rapid really putting on a show right now.
Yeah, just an absolute show from the Rapid Blaster Deco there with the Inkjet, just being able to find a few more. But it looks like for Calamity Delta Eli, that is going to be the push stop there as we're able to at least take out 2 members. Alliance Men are going to be very comfortable with this 12-point remaining lead that they have built upon them. The cooler is popped right now as we do see 2 specials available. Zipcaster usage, trying to take out the Crab Tank, is not able to do so. The Wiper's Hammer is able to find some value on that side, but it is 2 members down on Calamity Delta Eli. They tried to make value happen with the Stamper and Wiper specials, but they got certainly denied big time, and Alliance Moon with a nice hold.
And this Tri-Slosher was a menace in the middle of the map. Finally does get taken out, but now the Heavy's dealing with
What?
Viper behind them here.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Viper was just playing distraction to the Heavy there all of a sudden, and it looks like two members are going down. This aggressive comp might be able to get another push out of here, and it looks like they're able to approach the second checkpoint. Viper's just trying to find even more picks, and now this is almost full turf dominance for Calamity Delta Eli here. A minute left to go, Greg, as the Viper goes down. And it looks like the Krakens able to build up the space and build up that range pressure there. The Stamper going down. Delta 39 dropping big time. Red 39 going down. And it is two members down on lines. But this is just an all-out mosh pit basically happening between the second and third checkpoint.
This is big right here. Just starting to get some staggered kills. Not much more to push on this tower. Shark just gonna try to dive in, get the kill. They are getting caught out. They will get one kill, but it doesn't matter. The tower's still moving. Oh my gosh, and now the tower finally does get taken out by Ace on the Rapid. Some jump-ins now. It looks like they will prevent the KO, but now they just lost their lead. It's going to be really hard with only 18 seconds left and still trying to clear people out from this push.
If there's anything that Alliance Moon has right now, they have the range advantage, but they have to play very patiently and very disciplined. Somebody has to be on the tower at all times during this overtime session, and your players need to set up. The Inkjet finds the Viper. At least that's a pick. They take out two members. It's the NZAP going
dealing with the Zip Caster.
No, and there's the Stamper. It finds two members, and what a clutch find by Calamity Delta Eli. They win this map from a nice comeback down 12 points remaining to make it a victory for them, Greg.
Oh man, you don't see that too often, but probably quite a jump scare if you're a heavy deco riding tower and all of a sudden a zip casting Stamper just is right next to you all of a sudden in overtime. Really hard to swing around, not only swing around, but get a charge to swing around and get that kill before all they need to do is just hit you with a slash and the game is over. So wow, what a comeback by Calamity Delta Eli. They're really getting beat around the first 3 minutes of that game, but able to really just beat the odds and get that huge comeback.
As I always say, you play until game appears on screen, and they were able to rattle off fight wins after fight wins, basically, despite having a very aggressive composition. A few things to note though from Alliance Moon with the early lead, some positioning errors I believe gave Calamity Delta Eli just some room to work with to find picks, and then just turn this around big time. Yes, they did lose two on their side at that point of the push, but a 2-for-2 trade. I mean, Calamity Delta Eli with that tower control still going, we're happy to take that in. Really for Alliance Moon, that last ditch effort had to happen in overtime, but that Stamper found them big time, and that's what got them to win.
Yeah, sometimes, worked in Calamity Delta Eli's favor. Just sometimes if you are getting beat around early on, the other team they're not quite as afraid of you. So, when you do start pushing, you kind of oftentimes will find that they are aggressive and will stagger. But we see the Luna Blaster coming out on the side of Calamity Delta Eli. What do you think of this pick on this map as they go with, wow, interesting.
I think
right away getting a result.
Yeah, I was gonna note though, in Mako Mart, I don't mind this Luna Blaster pick because there are some angles that you can take full advantage of with this Luna Blaster Neo, and as you saw right out of the gate, able to find picks right away, and Calamity Delta Eli onto the first checkpoint, able to even get past it, and the Tri-Slosher also going down is not gonna help Alliance Moon's defense. The Rapid Blaster going down as well. The Stamper goes down on the Zipcaster usage. The Tri-Slosher has to find value right now. They're able to find one. The Crab Tank is just trying to pressure them out, and it looks like this push is going to get stopped there. Alliance Moon at least with a nice hold, but down to 51 points remaining for Calamity. Nice starting push.
Yeah, Calamity Delta Eli is woken up right now. I believe that player was on the Spatana Viper earlier, switching over to the blaster, so sticking still with the stamp, or still with the ultra stamp as their special, but obviously taking advantage of the terrain here to use the blaster. But right away, Alliance Moon isn't done yet. They're gonna clear this first checkpoint. We see some stagger. Do they realize the Luna Blaster's behind them right now? They're gonna rush towards the tower right now. It looks like they will get that kill.
They will get the kill, but they lose lead, but it's still very early in this matchup there. Alliance Moon lose two of their own. Crab Tank able to find value. The
Big
Crab
Crab
Tank
Tank.
finds a nice double, finds a triple. Oh my goodness, the Crab Tank finds a nice triple. Alliance Moon's able to get this push continuing on to the second checkpoint. This is going to be the second checkpoint drop, and this Inkjet is also joining the party. They do go down by the end of it, though. Calamity, Delta, Eli, losing that lead very quickly off of a triple from the Crab Tank. It is two members down, though, from Calamity, Delta, Eli. Alliance Moon are just playing crazy. All of a sudden, things going from 0 to 100, and now even more members dropping. What on earth has Alliance Moon took on in this last minute? They take home Magomar tower control in this second map, Greg. Everything just went crazy by the end of that.
Wow. So Ninja Yoshi, there are times where you get triples that, they kind of, I mean, it's hard to say a triple doesn't have a time when it influences the course of a game, but when you already have tower pushed to lead at the second checkpoint and that's your opportunity to get a triple, you're really, really changing the course of the game, because it goes from, all right, push over, now, it's 50 to 51, time to grind this out, play more defense, to all of a sudden your push is continuing uncontested because the rest of the team is dead. Now, just huge clutch moment there to keep the push alive, keep it going, and just things snowballed from there. Alliance Moon, huge answer. After game one, having that lead slip away from their fingers, they're saying, hey, we're not resting on any lead right now. Let's get this KO.
I think the short and sweet version is, I think Alliance Moon was not happy with how that first map ended. Great special usage, as noted, though, with the Crab Tank finding that triple, and then the Inkjet just finding members left and right. Calamity just did not have the momentum to come back, and I think effectively they had to stagger in. Alliance Moon was just going to go full speed ahead after converting that triple into just the push that basically sealed it for them. And just excellent team play all around, and now both teams knotted up one apiece into this Eel Tail to Alley Tower Control, which is a very straight map, so this Crab Tank could find even more value. I'd like to see if Alliance Moon continues on. It's another weapon change. It's the Rage Blaster this time.
Yeah, actually just the Vanilla Blaster, bringing out the big bubbler. Right. So, interesting here. Seems like a weapon that can at least kind of mitigate the problem with the Inkjets, because Big Bubbler holds up pretty well against Inkjet, but the Blaster is going to be the first one to go down, and it looks like Alliance Moon pushing really hard to see if they can get some points on the board early on.
Yeah, and all of a sudden this brawl just continues on. Two members down on both sides there, and it looks like this push is just going to get stalled there. 3 going down on Alliance Moon. Calamity, nice response there. Nadia there. They just broke through the very nice first checkpoint, but that's just going to be the first checkpoint broken through there. And as you mentioned, it is the regular blaster. I keep seeing Ranger blasters everywhere I go. But yeah, the Big Bubbler, I think, is a nice choice to have to deal with the Inkjet that was being dished out there big time, and I'm gonna be curious to see if they're able to convert this into even more. But Calamity is gonna lose 2 in this process, and so far I think the tower's just gonna get stalled at this point in time.
Yeah, nice team fights here. Oh, punishing that jump in. So now all of a sudden that was a 3 down situation. We have this. It looks like Enzap up here just trying to paint, and they will get punished.
Oh my goodness, the jump on the Inkjet finding one, but did get punished right out of the gate. It is going to be 2 members down, though, on Alliance Moon, but Alliance Moon is going to get even more points on the board. I think nobody was really in position for Calamity to contest this tower. In fact, this is the second checkpoint broken, a crucial second checkpoint, and 2 members again going down on Calamity, Delta, Eli, and it looks like Alliance Moon, they just have all of this map control in Eel Tail at this stage here. The Blaster's just trying to rush in, trying to find even more value, but not enough. At this stage, triple Inkstrike being thrown in isn't going to do enough either. A delayed triple Alliance Moon snowballed this one into their favor, and things are staggering through for Calamity, Delta, Eli. Alliance Moon, will they get the KO? They will, with 1 member on the tower, and Alliance Moon takes this one home 2-1.
Yeah, huge. Just keeping the pressure on. That's something a lot of teams come to realize with tower control is if you're the pushing team, you do get that special charge just by virtue of controlling the tower. So being able to, really take advantage of your specials, as we see the fist bump with Ninja Yoshi and Ace. Gotta love it. So even more just having those kind of specials that can continue your push, because you are going to get those specials faster we saw that with the Inkjet just constantly out. Nothing is worse than when you're just kind of minding your own business in your spawn area, just painting for specials on defense, and an Inkjet just pops up and eliminates you before you can even get that special off. That's exactly what we saw Alliance Moon do there. And again, just that aggression able to lead them to another KO.
Final thoughts about this set real quickly before we cut to break. I mean, Alliance Moon, that first map, I think it's very clear that got away from them big time. They had a huge lead, and Calamity was able to find all the picks in Scorch Gorge. And then you got to see Alliance Moon with two different modes, and both of them ended in snowballed victories. There again, the dribble from the crab tank and Mega Bar to just completely kickstart that push, and then Eel Tail things just went out of hand for in favor of Alliance Moon. They were able to snowball that one to victories and able to swing it back to make it 2-1. Both teams I think are going to be happy with how this set turned out. Of course, Alliance Moon even more so.
Yeah, absolutely. Just really strong recovery by them. It's very easy to get deflated when you think about a game that you feel like slipped through your fingers in that game one, but they would have just bounced back and bounced back a lot stronger as a result. Great to see.
All right, for sure, and we just wrap up this second round here. Once again, final score: Alliance Moon 2, Calamity Delta Eli 1. We're gonna go cut to break here to get this round 3 queued up. So stick around. You don't want to miss another amazing set of tower control maps. Hello, everybody. It is not. We are not quite in round 3, but we're gonna turn this into the locker hour. Welcome, everybody. I can't even finish this introduction because this locker I'm looking at is full of everything. I'm Kill, once again. Greg joins me as well. Greg, Greg, it is time for the locker hour. What do you see with this locker?
Not impressed with the outside, just plain gray. Like to see some stickers on the outside, but some people say don't judge a book by its cover. It's the inside that matters, but I don't know. Very cluttered. I'm not a fan of opening a locker and feeling like everything's gonna fall out on top of me. So
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe like 4 out of 10 there. Now
I'll give
this.
it 3 out of 10. Yep.
So tell me what you think of this one. This one, I'm impressed by.
I am very impressed. I appreciate all the throwbacks. The sticker decorations are on point. All on point. Good job, everybody. Even more colorful stickers in front. So
Yeah.
I love the design of everything retro about this one, and you even got the celebration trophies on top. I'm gonna give this a 6 out of 10. How about you?
Yeah, the holographic stickers and a nice variety of weapons too. So it shows that this player is very versatile. And then, you know, GameCube, N64, gotta
Oh
love
yeah,
it. Quality consoles. I'm digging the blue. The stickers really look good with the blue. They chose some good stickers for that. This one's giving me like a solid 8 out of 10 vibes.
I love that. Now I have to ask the chat importantly while while we're in locker review. Did you grow up with the GameCube or the N64? Let us know. That's all my responses there. Now let's take a look at this next one we got going on, and I have some mixed feelings about this one. It's not entirely very colorful. We do got a lot of stickers happening here. But I think this is a very plain. But I appreciate the simplicity though. We'll have to wait and see what the door stickers do look like here in this one. By the way, hello 39 from the previous matchup there. I do appreciate the wipers and everything else on top of it. I'll give this one a 5 out of 10 for the simplicity though. How about what do you think, Greg?
Yeah, definitely some decent ideas here. Just a little bit missing out on the style. Um, Yeah, I definitely think there's some good ideas here, especially I like the stickers kind of crossing on the front there, kind of, you see like the swords crossing, kind of like a skull and crossbones kind of vibe, pirate ship look
Yeah,
maybe inspired, but yeah, just a little bit missing on the style. Looks like just needs a little more polishing. I'm good with the 5 out of 10.
I love that. Oh dear, there's a lot going on over here. By the way, shoutouts to Ninja Yoshi of Alliance Moon fame from the previous match. Here, but we gotta look at you here with with your retro style everything and almost a lot of stickers across the board. And everything seems to be very coherent there. Although I think you do like a lot of squids from what I'm seeing here with this particular locker. I do appreciate the locker style of choice though. There's some nice things going on. I think though, even with this setup, it's better than the very cluttery bomb locker we saw earlier. So I'm gonna give this one, let's say 8 out of 10. How about you, Greg?
Yeah, not many people going with the brown, the wood grain locker. Kind of reminds me of like almost like a trunk you'd find in some kind of like house that hasn't been remodeled since the 1970s kind of vibe to it. You miss the days when, electronics TVs looked like they were carved out of wood.
Yeah.
They all had the wood paneling, this and that. So almost a throwback to that, especially when you got the retro consoles there down at the bottom. I kind of get the aesthetic they're going for here. I like the variety too, a lot of different, you got tops, you got shoes, you got the shirts, you have everything there. Good variety of stickers too. Doesn't quite have like a nice visual theme or pop to it. It is a mishmash, but it's working for me in that way. I'd give it a 7.
All right. I definitely appreciate it. Now we got a very small locker here, but this one is very simple. Though this person does need to go to the shop to decorate this locker even further. I do have to question the very lime greenish junior choice though. That one is not meant to take care of any other ghosts or any other supernatural beings we will see in the Splatoon land. I also am trying to figure out what the crate's doing there on the bottom, but that's a very different story all around. I have questions about this locker. You do need to go shopping for some stickers though. Give this locker a nice like. Okay, maybe you have the smiley face. Maybe I'll reconsider my thoughts here in a bit. But Okay, maybe okay. Smiley face, 10 out of 10. No, but yeah, you got a small locker. I think you do need to add some more decoration, some more individuality. I'm gonna give this one, let's say a 3 out of 10. How about you, Greg?
Yeah, a little hard. Clearly, this person isn't dedicated to the locker craft, the locker game.
No.
Either just starting out, or maybe they've had the game since launch and have kind of forgot about it. But we take what we can get. Uh, yeah, 3 out of 10.
All right. Now we go into this one. Now, okay, now we got a skateboarder and here, and somebody just brought home the industrial aspect of this part because I just see the very dirty looking crate down there as well. Looks like this guy is dressed up for a little bit of skateboarding here with this locker. I absolutely love that vibe. Also appreciate the sticker choices there as well. But more importantly, I do like your game. I do like your game. I get to see if the door aesthetics is quite there. If the stickers on that door has been well decorated. Okay, you nailed this aesthetic beautifully. I love this locker enough. I'm gonna give this one a 9 out of 10. This is my highest rating of the day. How about you, Greg?
I gotta say too, even though we are looking at lockers, I can't ignore that the splash tag locker combo really digging the blues, the purples, that kind of vibe, that kind of coordination is what I like to see in a locker. Because this is their brand clearly here. They're digging the blue, the sky, the deep sea, whatever inspired them to stick with these themes. Um, I would like to see the middle feels almost a little bare to me. I'd like to see maybe some cooler stuff, but I mean, a holographic GooTuber sticker right there on the door shows
Oh
where
yeah.
this person's allegiances lie. I'll give it an 8 out of 10.
I didn't even notice the GooTuber until you brought that part up, and I think some people were brought to poke at me saying, "Hey, this person has the GooTuber sticker available." All right, we gotta look at this particular logger here. I also appreciate the simplicity there, though I'm not. This is a personal thing for me, not digging it too much, but I do appreciate the Slosher sticker on that door. Bonus points to you for picking that one. Even the holographic Slosher sticker, even more points for you. But otherwise, it's a very simple, very aesthetically pleasing locker. I do like the touches on this one. I'll give this one a quick 7 out of 10. What do you think?
This is definitely giving me vibes of like the girl in school who was like the A student who had everything organized and was the person you could always loan a pencil from. Just super clean, super organized. It's like their home away at home right here. I'm really digging this aesthetic. I think I gotta bust out the 9 out of 10 on this one.
Oh, absolutely. And thanks for reminding. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Boo,
Oh
boo, boo,
no! Oh no! We cannot look at this locker anymore. You got to design this locker before you
boo,
get.
trash spoon. What are you doing?
Get out of here, Spoon! How dare you! All right, onto onto this next one there. Before we forget, we remember only the empty locker in question. This one's also a very organized locker, almost the same feeling that I'm getting here. Although this person I think has a collection of items in that crate down the middle. So I do like this one a lot. I think I also do appreciate this maroon aesthetic. I don't know why it reminds me of college though, but college doesn't have quite the locker setup. Some very nice design of the stickers. Real quickly on this one, I'll also give this one a 7 out of 10. How about you?
Yeah, the red locker, to me, it almost gives me like kind of, it's what I imagine like they'd have around the firehouse for the firemen to keep their stuff around. So that's kind of the vibe it gets me on the outside. But as far as inside goes, definitely, expressing kind of the shirts they like. I'm not a fan of, it almost is like they kind of had a fire theme with like the middle section of shirts. You have the reds and the yellows, but then down low there you have the just kind of the blacks and the whites. Doesn't really fit in, but I'd give it about a 6 out of 10. So hopefully you guys appreciated the locker roundup here as we had some time to kill between rounds, but unfortunately that program is gonna have to come to an end for the time being. If you loved it, stick around. Maybe we can make this a weekly, a daily, an hourly series for you all. But we do have Minnow Cup to get back to here again. Tower Control Edition, Minnow Cup number 22, the biggest Minnow Cup the world has ever seen, and we're gonna get into our round 3 match here very, very soon. Getting excited for this one for sure.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 3 of Minnow Cup 22 Tower Control Edition. We had our previous presentation of locker judging. Now it's time back to actual splatooning. This time, Benthic Brigade versus Petrichor. I'm Kyon. Once again, Greg joins me as well. We got ourselves our third round matchup coming up, and this is also going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams both 1-1, so kind of in the middle ground here as far as the early part of the day, seeing if they can get on the winning side. Benthic Brigade, team that's been around a little while, headed by Mr. Awesome as their captain, somebody who plays the splatter shots, mainly a lot of frontline stuff. You see Splash in there. Also potential Octobrush, which I would definitely like to see. Going up against Petrichor, which we just learned a moment ago what Petrichor actually means, which I did not quite know. You want to tell the viewers what that actually means?
If I recall correctly, it's the smell of rain after the rain has stopped.
Man, a pleasant, just rain smell. Definitely appreciate that more in these hot summer months for sure. There are days where I'm turning into an old man when I see the rain and think, oh, we needed that.
I think we'll have to think about it later. We're about to cue right in to map number 1, Museum del Fontino Tower Control, of course. And right away, we got ourselves a light Tetra Dualies duel between two teams.
Wow, yeah. First time we're seeing this weapon all day, and to see it twice right off the bat, immediately you see them drop onto the enemy side here. Gonna take this fight. Two people do drop to go after him. They are gonna get one. They are gonna get the second.
Yeah, the second going down. Make that the third. A double coming out of the light Tetris from Benthic Brigade. And Benthic Brigade is able to find even more value, and hopefully a push coming right along. Crab Tank popped right into their territory. They're just going full aggression on Museum so far. Only one member on the tower, and the rest of Petrichor having a hard time trying to spawn right in, trying to contest. It looks like so far, though, this tower slowly pushing right along. Petrichor is starting from behind.
Yeah, Tooth was all alone there right in the tower at that first checkpoint, but now as they're trying to get through the second one, the Tetra will go down, so now just one member on tower. They are going to take the kill there, and now a jump comes in, gets another kill. That push is going to get prolonged thanks to that play.
Yeah, that is a great usage of the splat bomb and being thrown in there, being able to take out members from Petrichor. We do see the triple Inkstrike being thrown into the tower, trying to deter this tower from happening, and two members have gone down from Petrichor, and it looks like Benthic Brigade taking this one all the way home, it looks like, with 3 members down on Petrichor's end, and this is going to do it. Benthic Brigade taking this one 100-0, winning this first map in convincing fashion.
Wow, yeah, quick KO there. Tooth, kind of the unsung hero. The Tetras doing their job, instigating things early on. Tooth really just riding the tower, but whenever it came time to make a play, they were the last member alive on Benthic Brigade. Rather than the push ending, they were able to get a clutch kill, enabling their teammate to jump in, who then got another kill on their own. So instead of the tower push just ending, they were able to keep the push going and see it all the way through to a KO.
Yeah, they did. There was the one slight interruption with just great usage of, basically of their weapons overall. Really, it's really just their weapons. But I don't think the special usage wasn't really much to consider. That just great team play all around from Benthic Brigade, and then also understanding that to just move way far up ahead once you have full dominance of that tower, trying to get as much control of Petrichor's territory as much as you can, just continue to snowball in their favor. And Petrichor just didn't have a response. Some of it was staggering in, trying to find something, and it just didn't pan out, and that was just that museum map gone in a flash. And we're gonna move on to the next map here, Greg, with Sturgeon Shipyard coming up.
Yeah, and so this map, not quite sure if we will see the Tetras again. I can't imagine it's very bad on this map. It's just the positioning is going to be a little trickier than, Museum. You're able to kind of play around this spinner and kind of create some havoc up there, whereas here there's a little more change in elevation, which can make things a little trickier for the Tetras. But we'll see both teams ready to go right away. So maybe not much as far as comp changes. Looks like the same thing coming out with Benthic Brigade. And we do see a machine now on the side of Petrichor, but still sticking with the Tetras as well.
Light Tetras being used here a little bit interesting, to say the least. I think they're heavily going to rely on the Tetris play and some good Zipcaster usage to help cause some distractions there. I don't mind the pick of the Tetris, but I'm not sure if this is going to be an optimal map, to say the least. for those Tetras. Slosh Machine's going to go down right out of the gate there for Petrichors, and right now this is almost looking to be the same script. Benthic Brigade taking out 2 members, but going down to Kronos there as well, and it looks like this push is still going to continue on for Benthic Brigade, though. That was more of a distraction maneuver. Nahus is the only one on that tower right now, and now just members just dropping left and right across both sides, but it's 2 members down on Benthic Brigade. Petrichor at least holds, make that 3 down.
Kronos just got a huge double on the people riding tower and then finishes off the Tetra for the triple. Just what they need here. The aggro Zap making some plays right now. Going to drop the cooler and now see if they can take some cover on these crates. Just trying to stall right now, let their team get through the first checkpoint, which it looks like maybe they will as the fight is happening all the way back here. And now going after the triple Inkstrike player, just still staying alive up here. And I like to see Petrichor just getting lead right now and still have all members alive, so they may be able to continue this push.
Yeah, right now just turning into an all-out brawl. Everybody is just going full speed ahead there. Benthic Brigade taking out 3. Only the ballpoint still alive there, but the ballpoint has Inkjet. You do have to still respect that Inkjet from Petrichor as much again. Well, as soon as I say that, though, the ballpoint goes down to those T-Techs. Are now looking for the flanking opportunity going down the middle and only getting a trade with the Tetras, it appears. And it looks like the Slosh Machine and the rest of Petrichor are trying to stop Benthic Brigade from at least swapping lead. The Slosh Machine does find 1. Can the Tetras return fire? Yes, it is going to be a trade, but the lead has been swapped. Benthic Brigade back in the lead again.
This is a good position right now with this crab tank, Mr. Awesome. It seems like both teams have had their pushes stalled by somebody actually coming through the middle and diving on a tower that way. So taking the snipe, able to lock out that option. And now this is where things can get really dangerous here. You need to get some kills on the tower. Looks like they will. It's going to be just the Nautilus alive. They'll get taken out as well. I'm not sure if the duelies are jumping in, but good stop right now for Petrichor, as they definitely have a chance. This map can snowball like crazy, so huge to stop that, preventing the KO. They definitely have it in them to take this one if they can just focus, get some clutch kills at the right opportunity, including right there. Tetris goes down, so there's a good start for them, and the Zipcasters are going to come out, go after this Nautilus, who has a friend. The Nautilus will get the kill.
Yeah, as you mentioned, plenty of time and still can easily snowball out of control, so that lead is not technically safe, but they do have to break through the second checkpoint. Petrichor, that is, Wheel Bomb is being thrown out there. Here's the Inkjet as well. It is just trying to displace the members of Benthic Brigade from having. Both light Tetras have gone down, and it looks like there's going to be 2 members down on Petrichor. Make that 3 members. The Crab Tank assisting on some of those picks there, and I think that will be a delayed way from what it seems, and that is a nice hold by Benthic Brigade there with 1:50 left to go. Only 33 points remaining, not enough for the lead change.
Yeah, I believe that was Mr. Awesome on the Crab Tank, and really a scary situation there as they had the Inkjet firing at them, but they were on the grates, so they weren't taking any splash damage from the shots that weren't hitting them, and that enabled them to stay alive and pop the Crab Tank on defense. But here on the counter attack, it looks like they will try to get a push up, but it's going to get kind of taken out here. But again, the jumps in, these teams are so aggressive here, jumping in to continue these fights. They're not willing to give up on anything here.
Both teams really just don't have a chance to pause and recollect themselves. It's just an all-out brawl, really, between both of these teams. They're just wanting to fight on almost every second. And right now, Benthic Brigade is just coming out on top in terms of these fights. They're trying to get this push going. Light Tetris did go down. And as you mentioned, this is going to be the Crab Tank from Austin there, believably trying to see if they can find value, but the Crab Tank has to roll around. That Crab Tank has expired. 2 members are down on Benthic Brigade. Make that the 3rd member, and again, Petrichor holds, but they do need to get a much more sustained push if they want to get lead.
Again, Mr. Awesome, last person alive, gets another kill, and the entire team jumps in. These guys are just clutch when they're the last player alive, enabling just their teammates to jump in to not have to give up any ground when normally you'd expect that to happen when your team goes 3 down.
But right now the position isn't quite there on Petrichor, so they have to just fully reset and then just try to restart from scratch, as Benthic Brigade was just pretty much all over mid, and there was just a little bit of staggering there from Petrichor to make this happen. 15 seconds left to go, and Petrichor needs to get a push going. Benthic Brigade, though, is going to be able to take out the Zap. The Zap goes down. That's going to be 3 members down. The Light Tetras have gone down. The Sloshing Machine has dropped. It's 3 members on Petrichor's end. This is likely going to signal the end of Petrichor's hopes to counter push, and Benthic Brigade is going to be up 2-0 in this set.
Man, Benthic Brigade just does not give Petrichor a chance to breathe. Like, just when you think the push is done, they're 3 down, we can do this. It was just like the first game. Somebody comes up, gets 1 kill or 2 kills and all their teammates jump in, and that 3 down advantage that you have just gets totally erased like that, and you think, we're going to be pushing, we're on offense now to, we're back on defense just like that. It's just the clutch factor right now with Benthic Brigade is off the charts.
I mean, really, both teams are just battling each other almost at every second. You just get to see almost a fight just unfold on both ends here. What I was about to mention in the last 15 seconds, it's really going to just come down to one last team fight, or one crucial team fight that just completely snowballs it out of favor there. But it looks like Benthic Brigade was able to hold, as you mentioned, just insanely clutch when it matters at the end of that. And they hold to make it 2-0 in this set. Of course, it's play all 3, so we got to resume into Founder Heights tower control next. Petrichor just trying to make sure they're on the board. What do you expect to see in this one?
This one, I'm really interested what the teams go with here, because one thing mentioned earlier, tower control, you want to be patient if you're the pushing team, because you are getting that special advantage. So the more you can kind of play around those specials, the better, because you are going to be having more of them than the opposing team. This map is interesting because if you're the team that's pushing, once you're at around the second checkpoint, you have the high ground advantage on the defending team as well. So you can really control the pace of your push by just waiting until you're ready, because it's gonna be just harder for the defending team to contest you. So if you're the defending team, it's the same thing. You have to go in with specials to retake, because you have so many things going against you. You have the special charge disadvantage, you have the height disadvantage, a really hard map to defend on. So if I'm a team that is looking to take this set or take this game here, I'm thinking, what can we do to mitigate the potential disadvantage? Well, we need to make sure that we're hanging on to mid so we can keep that height advantage. So whether that means having a lot of quick respawn or tactic coolers, so that way if we do die, we can get back in faster. Maybe if anybody plays a weapon with beacons, that is also maybe the time to pull it out here, because you can just, again, you're going to lose fights, you're going to win fights, but if you can mitigate the damage from those fights, definitely seeing some interesting picks coming out on the side of Benthic Brigade here.
I think we're about to see the exact same thing. Hello, Sploosh-O-Matic. It's good to see you again. That's Sploosh-O-Matic with the curling bomb and, of course, the ultra stamp. On the other side, I think the big change is the Trinova, if I'm not mistaken. Here, as it looks like this is just
going in.
This Sploosh is going into enemy territory, trying to play the flanks, just moving around with all of that movement, just unbelievable stuff. It is right now a delayed triple, by the way. It's going to be in favor of Benthic Brigade here, and this Sploosh is left unchecked. This Sploosh is going nuts at this point. It's 3 members down on Petrichors, and they're past the second checkpoint.
It's not crazy if it works, I guess. The Sploosh just totally turned around Petrichor, and before they knew it, the push was up ahead of them. They cleared the first checkpoint very easily, and now the specials are coming out. Like I said, this is a bad situation if you're trying to stop this push. This could be a KO really quickly.
Yeah, this could be a very quick KO, but it's a delayed wipeout, and the jump is not... It's not gonna get punished? This jump did not get punished. What the heck? This jump is going crazy. In fact, the jump gets 2. What on earth? They're able to salvage some value out of this one, but now it looks like Benthic Brigade, the wipeout is finally there. I was thinking maybe Benthic Brigade might have found something to possibly swing into a KO in a very crazy fashion, but Petrichor stays disciplined and holds true. It's 8 points remaining. There's a lot of time left on the clock, though.
Yeah, now Petrichor, it's still very early. You don't have to get it all back at once. You do have to be careful, though, of, this team has not 1 but 2 very slippery people between the brush and the Sploosh, so always have to be watching your back. This is when you really have to call out to your teammates to know at all times where the enemy team is.
Yeah, and also 3 specials, by the way, were available on the side of Petrichor, but the inkjet goes down. Who else? The Sploosh is going crazy, of course. It's 2 members down, by the way, on Petrichor. It's a delayed wipeout, actually, and his jump's gonna get punished. It's a wipeout. Benthic Brigade comes out on top of this one and stops this push from going out of control. It's now 2 minutes and 50-ish seconds left to go, and Benthic Brigade, they got a good lead, but I'm gonna be curious to see if they want to try to convert this to a KO or trying to play this very disciplined here.
Yeah, looks like they're 2 down. They are just going to try to maintain this. The Tri-Slosh has something to say about, though. Going to get the kill, but it looks like some jumps in. Looks like Tooth is going to get that kill with the Nautilus. And now, all of a sudden, 3 down on the side of Petrichor. Benthic Brigade's going to continue this push.
I think I've almost nearly lost track of how many times I had to say delayed wipeout or wipeout across the board because these are turning into explosive team fights that have gone in favor of both of these teams. We just saw 3 down, by the way, on Petrichor earlier, which allowed Benthic Brigade to just keep on pushing. But Benthic Brigade is trying to back up a bit here. They're just trying to get some control back. You get the sense that Petrichor might be trying to find an opening. Crab Tank is, by the way, there trying to build up that space, trying to pressure out Petrichor from distance, and it looks like it may have worked successfully. The Tri-Slasher not quite in position, and it looks like it's going to be 2 down. This is going to be 3 down, by the way, in favor of Benthic Brigade. They're still pushing right up ahead, and now it's a delayed wipe.
Yeah, Tormy still just causing havoc with this sploosh. Just insane right now. And then the brush also applying pressure, getting up on the side. Do they expect that? Just running right into them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I get the idea behind this one. They're using the brush to just play an absolute distraction tactic, while Benthic Brigade is just trying to take this one to a KO. And Benthic Brigade, the clean sweep over Petrichor, 3-0 in this set. What insane dominance! And I gotta give shout outs to the Sploosh by the end of this map.
Yeah, Sploosh believers, today is your day. Tormy has shown you the way. Huge job there by Benthic Brigade. Winning this set, taking it 3-0 in style.
Some quick notes here, Greg. I mean, this was just a very convincing set, almost the entire way through. Museum were just Benthic Brigade completely blanked out Petrichor big time. Surge Shipper was probably the more competitive of the two, just because of the insane team putting back and forth, and then Thunder Heights. I mean, I think we said it enough already. That sploosh went insane. I think more often than that, we saw the sploosh take out the Inkjet from earlier. They're just going deep into Petrichor's territory and just kept taking out members left and right, just left completely unchecked. And it was almost a tale of many different stories for Benthic Brigade that got them to 3-0.
Yeah, that strategy, very, very risky to just kind of essentially dive into the enemy base like that. But if you can't get behind them, then all of a sudden they have to keep, aware of your whereabouts while also trying to do something about the rest of your team and the tower that's running right at them. And just perfect flank, just able to create so much havoc there. And that just really opened up the opening push, which just set the tone for the rest of the game there.
Oh, definitely. Once again, final score: Benthic Brigade 3, Petrichor 0. Well, I'm having to really think about whether the sploosh is a good weapon and could be meta breaking for sure. That's gonna be the end of our block here, Greg. Here in the first 3 rounds, we're gonna have a new set coming up here to take you round 4 and round 5 and some other matchups ahead. But Greg, thank you for joining us. Where can people find you?
I'm on Twitter as at @whatisagreg, and I'm also on Twitch at Gregory Live. And Keon, where can the people find you?
You can find me on Twitch and Twitter, Keon2570. I stream many different video games on my Twitch channel from time to time. Twitter's just a bunch of nonsense that's just posted out there, so smash that follow button if you guys want. But that is going to be the end for our block here in the first 3 rounds. Once again, Greg, I'll say again, thank you for joining me. You've been awesome to work with. But otherwise, we're going to take you guys to break, but when we come back, round 4 is going to be coming up here. So stick around, you don't want to miss a thing.
Welcome back, everybody, to Minnow Cup 22 Tower Control Edition. My name is Chili Boy, and I'm joined by the wonderful Pat J. We're not going to be wasting any time here as we get into Swiss Round 4, Vesper versus Feral Savages, two teams in Group B that have a similar performing record at the moment. Pat, how are you feeling about this?
I am feeling great, and for the record, Splush is bad, and if you win with it, it's just because you're good, but the weapon is bad. I'm sorry to break it to you all. That's the reality, and that's what we'll have to deal with. And I see that Vesper has a pretty deep roster. Meanwhile, Feral Savages just fall.
How can you do that to the chat, Pat? The Sploosh hype has just been absolutely decimated. But
someone has to say the truth, Chili. Someone has to say it.
Fair, and said with such passion as well.
I'm not sorry.
Fair play. In terms of the compositions, good observation as well about Vesper's roster being huge. That could be seen as an advantage if they have really thought out ideas and weapon specialists for particular maps. Could also be detrimental in that if you're a team of 4 that are really well synergized and able to adapt to different map modes, you might be more reliable that way. So we'll have to see how that plays out. We'll be going over to Manta Maria for the first tower control game. I love this map personally in terms of the options you have to get back in, having the sneaky kind of side route up to the enemy high point, and it just being a good map that gives, I think, a lot of weapons viability. Not sure if that's community consensus. That's just my own. Does that match yours, Pat? Or
I love that this map is back in the game, and I love what they did with the street area that's now a court, and that's much more wide, and like the map is inviting. And yes, the loss of the block. It is sad, but it's still a good map. Plus, it looks cool, to be honest. Like it looks like you're on a boat, and it feels like you're on a boat. And having that ambience is always good. But we are starting the game, and I see a Luna.
And this is not the first Luna we've seen today as well. Yeah. This is quite interesting. A brave pick. I think it's a very hard weapon to use currently, but I guess tower control is where it's going to shine, if anywhere. On Vesper's team as well, we're seeing the vanilla Splatana wiper, not the Deco Custom Junior. So good kind of weapon choices across the board. Quite diverse comps. Ball points being featured on every team, every side, which does make sense at the moment. It's just such a reliable, flexible kind of anchor hybrid pick, so that makes sense. Looks like his people are opening out here. It's been a pretty even start, but Vesper getting the initial picks and possibly the first opportunity to make a move.
Yeah, Vesper already on the way. Oh, well, no, okay. that pick on the crab is pretty good, but Vesper right now 2 down and looking to just regroup. That wiper on the flank is going to allow the rest of the team to come back in very safely, as Feral Savages are just struggling to get back into mid even when they had the numbers advantage.
Yeah, Vesper's wiper doing some beautiful work there. Quite risky to whip out the hammer and chuck it when 2 of their teammates were down, but it worked out. It was a gorgeous direct on the crab. And like you say, Pat, that's allowed them to hold territory rather than allow Feral Savages to make some progress. Even numbers game right now, but Vesper are slowly but surely crawling their way along the checkpoints. Set up really nicely here, the Custom Junior with the Wave Breaker to deny the high space of Feral Savages. And it looks like they're doing really well to get through the checkpoints. Feral Savages having to whip out the Inkstrikes, but 3 down. This is looking scary for Feral Savages, Pat.
Yeah, just Miss Velvet with the T-Tech surviving, and that Inkjet is going to apply so much more pressure in favor of Vesper. Vesper right now are looking to go into checkpoint 3. Checkpoint 3 is such a gauntlet to go through, and that's going to give probably the opportunity for Feral Savages to finally get some breathing room maybe and push Vesper out of here.
Vesper have done so well to hold their ground, haven't they, under the circumstances, given that the checkpoints, are there to delay progress, and given that Feral Savages have been able to get picks, but Vesper just positioning in a way where they haven't really retreated. They've just held space until their teammate could recover. It looks like Feral Savages are finally in a position where they've gained some quite nice control over mid. They have lost a player, but they've managed to make up for it by taking down the junior. So this is Feral Savages' first time to retaliate. Mangus whipping out the crab tanks, even if they can pressure and create some openings, and it looks like it's going quite well for them at the moment.
Yeah, and that's already 1 checkpoint for Feral Savages. Feral Savages looking to do to Vesper what Vesper did to them, and looks like it's going to go well. The checkpoint 2 is going down if Mangus can get it. Yes, and with checkpoint 2 done here, like Feral Savages, they are just a few points away, a few seconds on the tower from getting that lead, which didn't look like it the way Vesper pushed, but right now Feral Savages are back in there on 1 point! 1 point away, but the hammer stops it.
A flanking ultra stamp. I can't say I see that often, but who am I to question it when it works out beautifully for them? Very stylishly done to have only 1 point in it, but this has shown that these are two teams pretty evenly matched, both able
Yeah.
to make extremely impressive pushes, and now there's only one checkpoint stopping both of these teams either side, so each push is so much scarier than what we've seen up to this point. I want to comment on the ball point from Feral Savages. I think they used that inkjet really nicely timed during that push to allow Feral Savages to make the progress that they did. They didn't actually get many picks, but they really did force a lot of Vesper's players back, so it was really nice special use. We do see more of a neutral situation now, but Feral Savages feeling that confidence after that push. They're getting the picks to go again, Pat.
Yeah, picks to go again, but they used all their specials just to get mid, and right now it's Vesper getting the advantage and pushing the tower, and with 1 minute left, that last push could get the third checkpoint for either team, and right now Vesper are looking to get exactly that. They are pushing ahead of the tower, and that's it. The inkjet is coming, is going to apply pressure to those two players that are flanking. And that's going to give Vesper the opportunity maybe to, well, keep the tower there at least. And with 30 seconds left, Feral Savages are going to need a huge push just to get that 1 point that they're missing.
Yeah, this is going to be a heartbreaker for the team that loses this for sure. It's been a really entertaining back and forth of the game, but Vesper will be very happy just for trades in a neutral situation here, really. They've got that point lead. They need to push really deep, Feral Savages, to get this win, and at the moment, Vesper making that really challenging. That's a nice pick by Mangus there. That is 3 players on the tower. They do have multiple specials ready, Pat, so this is going to be a solid push attempt. Dancing around the tower here, managing to take out the anchor for Vesper, so this is the best opportunity Feral Savages have had. But before they can use the jet, that's a beautiful play, and Vesper managing to hang in there and take game 1 by a singular point.
That's a very great start for Blocktree. Like, two teams really pushing each other to the limit. And like reminding us that on tower control things can snowball, things can go very far. The enemy can bring the tower so far into your territory before you get that control back. But once you have that control back, you can do the exact same. And like that's the power of tower control, is these large swings of points that we see, and the knowledge that it's never over and that you always need to push on and try to get these few extra points can do so much.
Totally agree with you. I think what a game to start us off and to make sure that we're awake and active and engaged. Really, really nice back and forth by both teams. And of course, Minnow Cup as a series is there to help teams getting more experience in the competitive scene, to master modes that they may not be as confident in, or modes that they want to get better at. And tower control is one that teams do tend to have a lot of struggle with, like often teams being able to make very good pushes but then struggle to kind of defend from pushes, or vice versa. So really rich experience, and what we saw was 2 really strong, very intensive pushes through the checkpoints on both sides. And yeah, I'll be interested to see how that dynamic plays out as we go into Scorch Gorge. I think even though Feral Savages might be a bit frustrated that they lost by a point, you know, they had some really good opportunities. They showed that they can make some really synergistic offensive plays, and they know what Vesper are going to be pulling out now. So it'll be interesting to see if they kind of adapt their weapon choices in any way. What do you think we're going to see as we go into Scorch Gorge?
I'm a bit worried about Scorch Gorge, honestly, because this map on tower control can snowball so much, and we've seen what these teams are capable of. So if I say, like, the first team to push might get a KO. Like, that's something that we have to prepare for, Chile. And I see a Hydra and I love it.
Yeah, you do not see a Hydra every day replacing the ball point for Vesper's team, but a very interesting choice. I agree, this map is Snowball Central, so teams are going to have to be very careful, stay grounded, do not panic. If you have a couple of players go down, just regroup, get your specials together, and push as a collective, or you're going to be in big, big trouble on a map like this. Feral Savages sticking with the Luna representation. It did work quite nicely for them last game, so I think that does make sense. But so far, we've got a skirmish, a back and forth in mid, going down to 3 players aside, specials coming out just to see what first opportunity does present itself. But again, a pretty even opening from both teams, Pat.
Yeah, the Savages have a zap now. That's going to mean they will have much more of the opportunity to get back in, to take more risks, and not pay as much for it. So that's probably a very good adaptation to what Vesper has been giving them, because right now, even if they fall down, they can get right back in the game, and they're going to need to get back in the game because Vesper is in control of mid right now.
Yeah, recovering quickly is something the Tacticaler allows you to do absolutely beautifully. It also allows you to jump out at rocket speed, which can be incredibly useful. But some really nice, aggressive gameplay coming in from Vesper here. Unfortunately, the Tri-Strike looking like it got a bit stuck to the wall, so that unfortunately didn't get much mileage. But in general engagements here, Vesper have been doing quite well. Feral Savages responding quite quickly, though, getting 2 down. The Luna dancing around here and yeeting the stamp. Doesn't look like they're going to get a pick, but they're retreating to support their teammates. I think that's sensible decision-making under the circumstances. And we're a minute and a half in, and there's not been much progress, but I think it's just been both teams feeling each other out, really, and not pushing too prematurely.
Yeah, no team really finding a way to get that control, to get that push going, and because, I mean, both teams know what happens the moment they take too much risk and give that opportunity to the other team. You have to stay prudent, you have to stay patient. And right now, patience is paying off for the Feral Savages. They're going to get that first checkpoint. And even though Vesper is still there and Feral Savages, they have 2 players down, thanks to that zap, they have the time to regroup and get right back in. And that's 1 checkpoint already down. When they get that big push that I expect they will get, that's going to make it even faster.
Yeah, that has definitely unlocked a room of opportunity for Feral Savages on the next push. Vesper are going to be trying to respond in kind by starting a push of their own, but they have lost 2 players, including their anchor. That being said, they have managed to get to checkpoint 1, but they are now having to retreat. Feral Savages going in with a nice aggressive push there. The Tacticaler again supporting that progress. Like you say, Pat, it's allowing the team to take risks. And if there's a trade, Feral Savages can shrug off that trade so much better than Vesper can without having a Tacticaler of their own in return. Of course, the Tacticaler being something that has received buffs recently in terms of how easy the drink is to grab, but also how long it lasts for. And that has really been something that we're seeing in the meta. Two players aside right now, but Feral Savages on the offensive again, Pat, and they don't have the checkpoint in their way this time.
Yeah, no checkpoint, that means they're going to go right in. But Vesper is constantly flanking, constantly applying pressure directly on the tower and making sure that every inch that Feral Savages are getting is paid dearly with a splat. And we get here and now, oh, very
Wow.
nice hammer throw by the Viper, and that's going to give the opportunity to get right in. Very nice aggro play. That checkpoint is not going to last very long, and Vesper, it's just the Hydra though, but they get that lead.
The eyes, I'm sure the Splatana Wiper knew they were on camera then. That was just as soon as we swapped to them, very, very nice triple before going down. Beautifully done. This is really huge for Vesper. They are still maintaining this push. That is a staggered 3 players going down for Feral Savages. It looks like they're panicking a little bit. Vesper now feeling that momentum. They have the stamp ready again. They're yeeting it to deny the top platform. And this is a huge push. This is the spiraling path that you were talking about.
Yeah, the spiraling is going to stop at the last checkpoint, but Vesper bringing points to a 12, and with just 35 seconds left on the clock, Chili. Vesper in a very, very good spot to win that round.
Definitely, 30 seconds. It's a bit painful there for Feral Savages because they don't have the time to really feel things out. They can't afford to take it slow anymore. And if Vesper are smart and think about that, they will just slow the game down a bit, take a step back and focus on defensive positioning. There is no need for them to take any risk at this point in the game, and it does look like they're doing that. They're saving their special, they're sticking together, they're doing squid rolls to celebrate, it looks like, or for survivability, one of the two, maybe both.
Well, I think it's to tank the Inkjet, but yeah, celebrate too. And right now, that's it. That's the game.
And I think there was really good defensive play from both teams there to start with. Good awareness in the. It was very, very hard for either team to make a push early on. I think it was the completely correct decision that both those teams took their time and waited for a better numbers advantage. Nice fist bump a bit before that opportunity presented itself. But my gosh, as soon as Vesper saw that opening, that was absolutely beautifully coordinated. Really nice special use. They pushed up as a collective. It was a suffocating amount of offensive pressure, really, and unfortunately, Feral Savages crumbled to it. But I think they can be very proud of how they've played. I think they had some great opportunities in both the games we've seen. And yeah, a lot of potential there. I think just a bit more panicking from Feral Savages when it came to defensive play.
For sure. And on the side of Vesper, it wasn't as much pushing as it was holding their ground and waiting for Feral Savages to do a mistake that would allow Vesper to move just slightly further and get a bit more ground or get a bit more control. And like, they were not running at Feral Savages. They were really holding their ground, keeping like the power of that Hydra grounded, ready to give the jumps to maintain the team where it is. And Feral Savages, like, they need to find a way to really push Vesper out, and that's what they've been lacking these two games. But other than that, they are so close to Vesper, and both of these games could have gone either way, but it's really that ability to ground themselves, to stay where they are, that gave Vesper the advantage and the 2-0 so far.
I think you're absolutely spot on in that analysis. Really, Feral Savage is a team that clearly have a lot of potential. Definitely know how to take advantage of an opportunity when it presents itself, but maybe getting a little antsy, a little bit overeager, and Vesper knowing that they can essentially bait Feral Savages into making a misplay, and then that creates a beautiful opportunity for them to move forward. So, very important to have great offensive synergy. Harder, but equally as important to be able to have a solid defensive response and know when to take the opportunity. As we go into the next game, we are seeing a pretty interesting weapon composition switch across the board. We're seeing the Sloshing Machine coming out, but we're also seeing a Splattershot Tentatek combo on the side of Feral Savages. We'll have to see if that works out for them.
Yeah, the splatter shots coming on the side of the Savages. That's I think that's a slight increase in their ability to paint, but also like that ability that the splatter shot has to be so like play every style at the same time. And on Macromart, where every style is so important, where everything can go your way in so many different ways, having two splatter shots can really be good for your team, honestly. And right now, both teams are in an all-out battle for mid, and the Inkjet is going to come trying to stop the tower that is being pushed by Vesper already.
Yeah, it was a nice response by Wolf as well. They saw that Flak pulled out their Inkjet and they used their ball point to shut that Inkjet down before popping their own. So again, very kind of scrappy opening. Vesper looks like they are going to have the first opportunity to make a move, and that Inkjet has come out, but has unfortunately been used as two of the players on Feral Savages were down. So it is not going to get the results to stop the push you would hope. And Vesper now, Splatana Wiper having a bit of confidence to make a really aggressive play and support this push, and it's working out beautifully.
Yeah, and Vesper right now in full control around the tower. They are like without any contest on the tower. It's just a whole point trying to flank, and the machine just keeping anybody from going there. And
wow,
even chasing. Okay, like that's a delayed wipe right into checkpoint 3. Vesper wants to finish this round with a blast, showing, okay, these first two games, you said they were close, but shut up, we have a better team, and we're going to show it to you. That was a different game than the first two.
That was Vesper's final form, fully online, maximum potential, just absolutely stellar gameplay. And Dequat, a nice fist bump again, but Dequat they're showcasing. Look, Sloshing Machine Doubters, this weapon has been nerfed into the ground time and time again, but it still has a place. It can still be really good because of the map design in Splatoon 3, and just wonderfully done. I think Feral Savages, you know, the teammate that had the triple Inkstrike, they had the right idea in using the triple Inkstrike to stop the tower progression, but unfortunately, I don't know if it was just bad timing or if they weren't aware, but they used that Inkstrike as 2 of their teammates were down, meaning it was harder for them to take advantage of that Inkstrike, and it meant that special was used for naught, and yeah, Vesper able to shrug it off and then make some really kind of aggressive plays from there. So absolutely, in the sense that the first 2 games were more of a back and forth, but Vesper going, no, look, we're slightly more in sync, we're slightly more coordinated, and we're going to show you what we can do when we're at our best.
Yeah, it's really Vesper on that last game, finding the attack, finding the aggressivity that they want to have, and absolutely tearing through Feral Savages. That was expecting another trench warfare that we'd had until now. And like, congratulations to Vesper for getting that 3-0, and the Feral Savages. The game is not over for you. This is Swiss. We have 6 rounds, and this we have 5 rounds, and this was round 4. So still 1 round to get back in the game.
Yeah, absolute. You know, strong point of Swiss is that, you know, even if you're having a bit of a hard time, you're getting really rich experience. So they're going to continue to get that. I think, like, say, Feral Savages, really good signs of life, like some really good potential as a team. Got a few things to iron out that other teams are being able to take advantage of from them at the moment, but they're learning and growing. And it is through participating in tournaments and spaces like this that you will continue to grow and be on that grind and end up continuing to improve as a team. So huge respect to both teams. Really well played. Thank you for being on stream and providing great entertainment for us. We are going to be going to a short break before the round 5 Swiss matches, but don't go anywhere. We'll be with you soon for more Splatoon chaos.
And welcome back to the final round of Minnow Cup Tower Control Edition. I am Pat here with Chili Boy and Chili Boy. Here we have This Is Fine versus Fortnite 2. And look at that logo on the side of This Is Fine.
Gorgeous logo, absolutely brilliant logo, and yeah, these are two solid teams. I think This Is Fine has a 3-1 record at the moment, and Fortnite has a 2-2 record. But Fortnite 2 has Grod, and I believe we have a special shout out for Grod. Is that right, Pat?
Yes, we have a shout out to Grod's kitty cat Grishka, who's black and meows constantly for unknown reasons. And Grishka, I hope you are rooting for Grod. Grod, if you win, you have to give treats to Grishka now. That's the rule. I don't make the rules. That's just how it is.
Yeah, we hope you're enjoying the stream, Grishka. Thank you for joining us. And looks like we'll be going to Sturgeon Shipyard for the first game of this set. Sturgeon, I think, has been, as we've seen, a very entertaining map. We've seen some really close games on this today so far, this tournament. Would be interesting to kind of see what people run, because again, I think a lot of weapon comps are viable, and there's a lot that you can do here. It does feel a little bit steamrolly though. I think that's my only critique of this map.
It's steamrolly, but it's also so comebacky. Like once the opponent steamrolls you and get to the last checkpoint, then it's pretty much your turn. You have special advantage and you can mount an even bigger push in your favor. So like it's like the beauty of tower control. You can always come back, and these 3 maps I feel are very, very good tower control maps, and I can't wait to see these 2 teams play on it.
I think if I was competing at the moment, I would consider this the dream rotation of kind of tower control maps, because they're all, I think they're all balanced, fair, diverse, and the beauty of a steamrolling map is it applies both ways, as you quite correctly point out. We're seeing an Inkbrush coming out from Kale. I like that. I always underestimate Inkbrushes, and then they do flashy stuff, and then we're seeing the new Tetras coming out on Grod as well, so nice diversification. We got Glugas as well on This Is Fine. Very, very interesting choice.
Yeah, and from the gear that they're wearing, they're going to be very aggressive Glugas. Love to see it, and you can use that wall to do what the K52 did in Splatoon 2, because you still have the Booyah Bomb. The Glugas are still struggling a bit, but most people don't know how to play Glugas, and at low level, like his Minnow Cup, remember, is for players of low level, beginners to competition. That's a very good option.
Yeah, that is the advantage of playing something more niche, is that the counterplay is not perhaps established in the same way, or people aren't quite used to seeing how it interacts with other weapons. Does look like good old Fortnite 2 are going to be getting the first push here. Got the Crab Tank coming out to support that push. We've got the Charger on the tower, nicely positioned, while the rest of the team can go forward and aggress. Looks like it's a pretty even numbers game. They are getting stuck at that first checkpoint, understandably. That is a first area of denial. A good response by This Is Fine in a challenging situation, and with 3 players down, that is set up nicely for them to get good control of the mid.
Yeah, This Is Fine looking to get to that checkpoint 1 and score a bit of point, maybe get past that checkpoint. It looks like the checkpoint is going to go real fast, and that big bubbler helps a lot with that. But the Crab Tank on the side of Fortnite 2 means with the Zipcaster that things are probably going to slow down. Maybe? Yes?
Probably, question mark, but 2 players have gone down, so This Is Fine.
Ooh,
It's
yeah.
not fine for Fortnite 2 right now, because they're managing to get pretty deep here. The Splatana popping off, whipping out the hammer, beautifully done, yeeting at the Charger to force them back. So a really, really aggressive play being well rewarded right now, and This Is Fine absolutely steamrolling now that they've managed to recover from that initial choke point. And the missiles are coming out as a desperate attempt, and it does look like the missiles have worked. It's only the Glugas left. Fortnite 2 gonna have a chance to recover. We're only 2 minutes in the game, so there's a lot to kind of play for, but 7 is a really, really solid push by This Is Fine.
This was a great push, and this was really This Is Fine, recognizing after getting past the first checkpoint that Fortnite 2 was using 2 specials to try to push them away, and This Is Fine just gave them the space to use the specials, and the moment these specials were done, This Is Fine was right back in with 3 players ready to push again and go even further.
Yeah, absolutely. This Is Fine now trying to get an opening to do a push again. The missiles did come out to stall for time, but it didn't look like they took many people down. Fortnite 2 losing 2 players, unfortunately, as This Is Fine are pushing. The Charger doing what they can to threaten that tower space, using the Inkstrike nicely to force people off the tower. Let's see if their teammates can take advantage of the repositioning, but it looks like they've struggled to get those picks. And we do see that the Junior is not only on tower, but they do have a bubble ready. That is going to allow them to bide some time and help those teammates that have gone down get back into the game. But it looks like they're going to retreat for now and hold that space, which I think is a safe play, but a sensible play under the current circumstances.
Yeah, Chile, the glue guy spent so much time in Fortnite's sport and forcing everything to a halt on the side of Fortnite 2, and really the second they had gotten rid of these glue guys, they were back at it and they were really pushing This Is Fine out, but This Is Fine again on the attack, again right in there with the wiper and the glue guys, really keeping the tower incredibly safe by forcing the fight so far away from it.
Yeah, I think it's really good use of the kit, because Glugers do have pretty decent range when they're rolling, and with the splash wall to hide behind, it is really denying a lot of space for Fortnite 2. A lot of the areas that would have been safe are not. And look at this, we look like we're going for a knockout here with the bubble. The bubble is gonna do it for This Is Fine. So once they got that opening and once they got that control, it felt like Fortnite 2 were just really struggling to ever bring that back. But you're quite right to point out the Glugers playstyle there, Pat. I think not even always in like a constant slaying way, but just having that build where they're able to aggress, able to stall, able to deny space. That was constantly demanding Fortnite 2's attention and giving the rest of the team the opportunity to be able to create those pushes.
Yeah, it's really This Is Fine's outright aggressivity with just a junior standing on tower and keeping things safe with the bubble. Like Fortnite 2, if they don't find a way to flank things and force This Is Fine back, maybe by splatting that junior, maybe by, I don't know, flanking things, and well, flanks, you have opportunities for that on a Hagglefish market. But Fortnite 2, they need to change something, because This Is Fine so far, they have shown us a lot of power.
They have indeed, and I think Fortnite 2 did have a couple of good opportunities early on where I thought they might switch up into a slightly more aggressive play style, because if they were of the kind of enemy positioning, if they were of kind of the numbers they had, they were in a position where they could have took more risks, and perhaps they were a bit apprehensive, or they didn't have the kind of map information they needed to make those kind of informed decisions. I think with a team like This Is Fine, especially when they're going to be running QR builds and a play style like that, because the Splatana Wiper was also very aggressive, you need to find a way to match that aggression, or they're just going to keep coming back, keep getting in your face, and at some point they're going to break through if they're the ones that are always initiating those engagements. So I think Fortnite 2 have it in them for sure. Like you say, Hagglefish, beautiful map. Absolutely love Hagglefish. Flank opportunities kind of either side. Lots of ways that you can switch things up to cause a distraction and get back in the game. So I think this is a map that will give Fortnite 2 the opportunity to change course slightly. Do you anticipate any changes in terms of their composition or weapon choices?
I hope to see. I'm not sure, but this is a map where defense can be so tough if the other team manages to push you away, like preventing the tower to go from checkpoint 1 to checkpoint 2 can be so tough. Once the team is there, it's so hard to push them away, and I feel like the zap is going to be crucial for Fortnite 2 to really allow them to stay in the game and really resist that aggressivity with fast respawn and fast movement.
Yeah, I think Fortnite 2's composition here is a really solid one for tower on paper. The tactical will allow plays, but look at this. This Is Fine, not wasted any time. 25 seconds in, Bubbler on tower, had 2 down at the first checkpoint. No fear, staying on, using missiles to see what they can do. It looks like they are going to get the first checkpoint, are they? Oh, commentator's curse. No, they are denied it. They've halfway broken.
Okay, I was about to say it's not over, but now it's over. It's just the junior going back and regrouping with their team. Fortnite looking to get some control, but Kale stopping it right away with the Inkbrush. That Inkbrush can flank so fast and create so much surprise so fast. I love to see a good Inkbrush.
Yeah, Inkbrushes are beautiful, and they're another weapon that, like, even if they don't constantly kill, they constantly demand your attention because they can switch things up so quickly. But look at this on the map, Fortnite 2, much more aggression than we saw from them in the previous game. They are applying some good pressure right now. They have an Inkjet at the ready, which is going to be popped. They're doing what they can here to deny this first checkpoint. That is a good time to have the Inkjet on deck. They do get a pick on Fish. That is the Splatana Wiper, so that's a pretty clutch person to take down. The Tactical buff is still live, and the ballpoint on tower.
Ooh.
Engagements here, forcing the Booyah Bomb. So this is looking really solid from Fortnite 2.
Yeah, Fortnite 2 really managing to get in there and get things going their way. And Grod getting a trade with the Zipcaster. That's good enough. That's going to slow down This Is Fine's counter attack that they're looking for now. Look at this. They have to paint mid. Right now they're not looking for the aggressivity that has paid off for them. They are just looking to establish that control that Fortnite 2 has really found the way to deny them.
Yeah, Grod, your kitty would be proud of you. That did slow down This Is Fine's opportunity to really regroup in mid. It looks like they're making some gains now, but they have just lost 2 players, so they are being denied any more progress. And not only that, but Fortnite 2 getting right back in there. I don't know if you'll agree with me, Pat, but I think the confidence feels a bit different in Fortnite 2 this time. Where I felt they were just a bit, scared in the last game, forced back a bit, but they're going for it this time, and it's paying off dividends.
Yeah, as you said, it's like Fortnite 2 was waiting for This Is Fine to make a mistake in the right game, and now they are on the attack. They are getting that mistake. They are forcing that mistake out of This Is Fine, and that's what you want to do. Fortnite 2, they have a good lead, and they're still in control of the middle of the map, and This Is Fine. They need very good things going their way right now if they want to take that lead back.
Grod and a Splatana Wiper, the quick respawn gang in a fight. It does look like they're going to trade with each other, I believe. No, Grod's still in the match. Never mind. Grod's come out of that on the winning side. Very nicely done. So, again, Fortnite 2, they're doing a really good job of holding mid, really. Even when their pushes have been stopped, they have been able to regroup quick enough to make it quite hard for This Is Fine to make progress. This Is Fine have managed to get a more neutral state going, but they haven't really had a really clean opportunity to make a super aggressive play. The Junior does have bubble now, and there's 2 down for Fortnite 2, so this is going to be their opportunity, Pat, it looks like.
Yeah, This Is Fine finally managing to push Fortnite 2 out and forcing things to go their way. Fortnite 2, oh, we see a sword duel. That's going to be won by This Is Fine's Wiper. And that means This Is Fine finally gonna get that checkpoint 1 that we thought they were gonna get at the start of the game. And they are looking to get that lead, and they're on a very good spot to do so.
Yeah, this is huge now. It feels like the core that Fortnite 2 had set up as a defensive wall has been broken. The Splatana Wiper is so deep in enemy territory, doing everything they can, but a solid wipeout. It's took a bit longer than they would have liked, but it has allowed them to stay in the game. There's 40 seconds on the clock, so realistically, Fortnite 2 they're probably going to get one more chance to make a move. They have the missiles at the ready, which could be huge. They're going to pop them quite early, it looks like, to disperse them. And unfortunately, the Tetras have gone down. So we'll have to see if they can get the last opening. But This Is Fine. It took them the majority of the game, but they were patient. They waited for that right moment, and they took it. And when they take it, they are so good at moving up together and just applying such overwhelming pressure. So we'll see how Fortnite 2 respond, but they've only got 10 seconds to make something happen.
Yeah, it was very nice shot with the inkjet, but right now there are 3 players up for This Is Fine, and well, another time push is always a bit hard to get, and that's going to be game 2 for This Is Fine. But Fortnite 2, they have shown us that they are so close, so close to getting a game off of This Is Fine.
Definitely. I think this will be a really good VOD for Fortnite 2 to watch either way, regardless of kind of how the rest of the set plays out, because they have shown an ability to switch up their play style in response to how the enemy team is playing, and I think it worked much better for them that game. Defensively, they got broken through just quite hard when This Is Fine did get that second push opportunity, but Fortnite 2 were looking the stronger team for the majority of that match. And I think if they can identify what was working so well for them there and take that into Museum on Game 3, I think, again, we'll see a really entertaining match. So I think they can be really proud of how they've played. This Is Fine. So good at coordinating their pushes when they were going. And if you notice defensively at the end, they had the bubbler up, they had the stamp out, and they had the Booyah Bomb charging. So they had 3 specials ready, and it felt like it wasn't random. It was a calculated way to deny that final push, and it worked out beautifully for them.
Yeah, and it is especially hard to watch because Fortnite 2, they felt in control of the map for most of the mode, but never really finding the way to pierce past that second checkpoint. And this is fine again, like in tower control you only need one big push, and this is fine showing us, yes, we have the patience. We are going to lull you into a sense of security. We are going to make you believe that you're in control until we find the perfect opportunity and use it to our best. And that's what really paid off. And on Museum d'Alfonsino, which is our last map of the Swiss round, that's going to be a bit more to the advantage of Fortnite 2, I feel, because like having that control of mid can pay off so much more. Getting control of that spinner is much more easier than going up the ramp of Hagglefish Market. So I feel like if Fortnite 2 at least reproduces what they did on Hagglefish, they could cause even more damage, and they could make This Is Fine to say to themselves, well, this is fine, but we have to sweat a little.
Absolutely, yeah. I think this is a good opportunity for Fortnite 2 to get one on the board. Looks like they're sticking with their composition. They've got faith in how they were playing there. I think that was good. That's a good decision. I think it was a really close game too. I think don't doubt yourselves. Just see if you can slightly tighten up that gameplay to either clutch it out quicker or to just slow those enemy pushes down, and we'll see what they can do. We're having the Tetras dancing around mid at the moment, just trying to get some initial map control going. The Tactical is live to support those engagements, but swiftly denied. It's like they knew that Fortnite 2 would be running to that Tactical, and they used it as bait. So strong response by This Is Fine to what would have been that first push opportunity. But Fortnite 2, beautiful play and wipeout. That was no messing around at all. That is how you shut a push down, Pat.
Yeah, very nice answer by Fortnite 2, and here the Tactical are coming. This time it's not a bait, it's for the whole team. And Fortnite 2 are right in there, right past the checkpoint, and all of them are already on the spinner trying to create as much havoc as possible and trying to get a bit more points.
Everything you said in the script is coming true, Pat.
Yeah.
Your prophecy, Pat, is playing out exactly like you described. Three down on This Is Fine. And Fortnite 2, you need someone on the tower. Get on the tower. Okay, they're there. Oh, that's a shame. That has slowed that push down slightly, but they're doing really well at slaying. They've got good control of the enemy platform. That push has been hampered a little bit by the fact it took a while to get someone on the tower, but they're back. Grod going deep with the Reef Slider, unfortunately being punished for it, but it has denied them. It has allowed Fortnite 2 to break the second checkpoint barrier, and they're approaching the third with even numbers, Pat. This is crazy.
Yeah, This Is Fine needs to stop things fast if they want to get back in the game. That last checkpoint is going to survive, though, and This Is Fine are looking to get back just in control of their platform. It is such an intense fight, and right now it's just the glue gas. It's a wipeout! It's a wipe. Get someone on tower now!
Oh, this is tragic in some respects. This is such good offensive gameplay on one level, but it's just the objective. The objective matters so much, and this is a push that could be over by now, and it isn't, just because of these slip-ups in terms of the tower. But Fortnite 2, beautiful offensive gameplay here. This is fine. It is not fine right now. They are struggling to shut this down. It would be incredibly foolish to count This Is Fine out, given how we've seen them recover really well on both these previous matches. So there's 2 minutes and a half on the clock. This is not a game that's over by any stretch of the imagination. But Fortnite 2 popping off right now, and it has took a good minute and a half for This Is Fine to even begin to consider retaking mid.
Yeah, and here they are finally into mid, getting rid of the Tetras and the Beacons. Like, This Is Fine right now. They are like their icon, they're like their logos. They have to get back in, get so much, and it looks like it's not going to work. Fortnite 2, they're just better on this map. It's like Fortnite 2 were just warming up and learning how to counter everything This Is Fine is doing throughout this round, and now this is the best Fortnite 2 that we've had. This is fine. It's now, like, how did they win the first 2 games with how much control Fortnite 2 has?
I think some people just kind of on different maps and modes, have a different
yeah.
level of comfortability or a different approach that they know that works for them. And clearly for Fortnite 2, this is definitely one of their stronger maps. They have a rollout here, a strategy here, a retaking approach here that is working out beautifully for them. It's good that they had faith in their composition, and this is fine. Getting really scattered here, constantly with the numbers disadvantage, and I don't mean this in a negative way to this is fine. I mean this more to highlight that this is fine have gone from being the noticeably stronger team the last 2 games to suddenly being on the back foot. So there's been a huge switch in momentum. It's a bit of a tragedy this isn't a 5-game set, because I'm really curious how that would play out. But what this is 2 fantastic teams going at it, but showing how well they can adapt to each other. Fortnite 2 have adapted more and more as this set has gone on.
Yeah, and right now Fortnite 2, they are not able to bring the tower to a KO, but with 40 seconds left, they just need to keep the fight there. As long as they defeat whatever This Is Fine is going to throw at them and stop any push coming, they can do whatever they want, and that Inkjet is going to stop things right again. But Glugas, wow, very nice survival on the Glugas side. That's going to be the end for that ballpoint, but This Is Fine. They have just 10 seconds to mount a push, and it's Fortnite 2 that's pushing.
The Gluga's movement was absolutely beautiful there, but this has essentially been a 3-minute push from Fortnite 2. This has been a very, very different game, and I think this is a set for both teams to study in terms of their competitive development, because I think there's been beautiful examples from both teams here about how good they can be when they're at their best, when they're in sync. But there's also been weaknesses in both teams' play styles that the other team have exploited really well, and I just think that's just been such an entertaining set to watch. This Is Fine have clutched it 2-1 with an incredibly strong showing on the first 2 maps, but Fortnite 2 I think can also be incredibly proud of how they've played, and if both teams take the learning from this set that I think is potentially there for them, that will accelerate their gameplay massively. That was a fantastic set.
Yeah, it's that warrior spirit, it's that ability to say, okay, we are down, but we are still fighting our best. We are still going to find the adaptability, everything we can to get back in the game. And I think Grishka can be proud of you, Grod. Congratulations and GG's.
I bet Grishka was meowing all over the place during that game 3, because Grod had some very, very flashy moments and really good decisions around the tactical and then making the really aggressive plays, knowing that it was less risky to do so at that point. So I think really well played to both teams. I think they can be really proud of how they've done it on stream. A beautiful showcase of what makes this game so entertaining and just so wonderful to be a part of, and it's always a privilege commentating it, especially with you, Pat. I do believe we are going to need a break now while we are getting set up. That is the end of the Swiss rounds, but we are going to be here as we go into the next phase of the tournament before we hand over to other commentators. Is that right?
Yeah, we will do the first round of top 8, which we will see right after the seeding very soon.
See you soon, folks.
We'll have a break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Minnow Cup 22 Tower Control Edition. My name is Chili Boy, and I'm joined by the wonderful Pat J. And we are here with the Top Cup quarterfinals between the Cosmic Cherries and Herbert Fan Club. Both teams that have had a really stellar performance during the previous stages with a 4-1 performance. So expecting a pretty even showing here, but we'll have to see. Both teams probably full of surprises, as we've seen in previous sets so far. How are you feeling, Pat?
I am feeling great, and here we are. Here we are. It's the top 8. It's the 8 best teams in this tournament here to duke it out and find out who is the best. And it might be one of these two Cosmic Cherries coming in with a big roster of 6 against Herbert Fan Club with just 4. Like again, it's like roster depth versus consistency and being able to always practice with the same 4 people, finding that synergy. Like we will see who's able to get the best out of it, and we'll start on Inkblot Art Academy. Classic of all classics.
I adore Inkblot. Honestly, it's a small stage, but you still have options, and I think you just have to constantly be in engagements. And I'm personally, as someone that likes things getting scrappy and messy, especially in commentary, that works quite well for me. I enjoy that. That is probably not everybody's cup of tea, admittedly, and I think it does favor some weapons far more than others, especially on tower control, and that is a limitation. But it's one of the OGs, isn't it? It's been there so long. I think I'm just incredibly biased towards it, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I feel like I've played it so much. I'm no longer surprised in there. I prefer Undertow and Flounder Heights, which will be our other 2 maps of the set. But we might not see Flounder Heights because we are no longer in Swiss. That means this is best of 3, and one of these teams can run with it and go 2-0, but we'll see which team will be able to do that if one team does.
Double Splatanas coming out from one of the teams. That's really nice to see. Splatana Stamper, of course, still an incredible weapon. Although, you know, has a bit less love since it's become more ink hungry. But yeah, Cosmic Cherries representing that Splatana Stamper on Herbert Fan Club as well. So interesting to see how we start out here. Herbert Fan Club with a decent opening, but then Cosmic Cherries responding in kind, getting 2 players down. So looks like Cosmic Cherries are starting off slightly stronger, slightly more aggressive, but definitely not in a position to make something major happen yet.
Yeah, Cosmic Cherries looking to get in and get that first checkpoint, and with the 3 down on the side of Herbert Fan Club, Cosmic Cherry is going to be able to advance onto the platform, but it looks like their push is not working much. Okay, now they are on the checkpoint. They are in a very nice trade by the Tri-Slasher, getting 2 down and keeping things away from tower. That's what you want to see. That's Platana Wiper getting picked too, but Cosmic Cherries, they are getting to that second checkpoint.
I'm wondering if that was a bomb kill that affected the person behind the wall there, because that was such a sudden explosion. But that is a wipeout that Herbert Fan Club have managed as the checkpoint was being whittled down. So that was a good response in the end by Herbert Fan Club. It did look like they were struggling a lot at the start. Cosmic Cherries managing to aggress quite deep into their territory, but they're there at the end. They've got a bit more of a neutral situation going now. They can breathe slightly for a little bit. But like you've said as well, Pat, with this is not going to be an opportunity for people to have much time to adapt now. This is a best of 3, and that is your kind of tournament. So psychological warfare is going to be a big part of this. Staying calm, shrugging off a defeat is going to be really important for the team that loses this first game.
Yeah, and right now Herbert Fan Club 3 versus 2, they are looking to take the tower and push that aggressivity again, looking to get finally that first checkpoint. I see a cooler down on the side of the Cherries, and an Inkjet is getting punished though, and that's very good. The Kraken is released, and Herbert Fan Club looking to get the lead.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous aerial view of that Stamper shutting down that Inkjet. It was a brave play, but it was a smart play, and it did work out well for them. Tower's struggling a little bit now. Of course, you are so vulnerable when you're on that tower. That is a part of what makes tower control a gradual objective and not a more immediate one. But Herbert Fan Club, they've taken the lead. They've got the wall up. They've got a really good amount of control. Look at that. Look at how much the plat is orange right now. The Kraken is live again, Pat. It's been released, and it's on an absolute tear, displacing everyone. But An amazing response by the Stamper once it expired, and it's now only the Tri-Stringer continuing this push.
Yeah, continuing this push by themselves, completely surrounded. That's going to be a wipeout. Cosmic Cherries, they get a little bit of breathing room, but they have one checkpoint to get back in the game and get that lead. They have 2 minutes to do so, which is enough time if they can get the best of that push.
And I'm trying to figure out right now, are the Tetras actually coming from behind in Cosmic Cherry's side? It looked like they were quite far back, and they have been shut down now, sneaking back the right, but that was quite dangerous to leave them there. I don't know if they were perhaps just not noticed, but Cosmic Cherry setting up for their second push attempt. They have chipped down that checkpoint, so this should be easy, but wow, that is a shutdown on the hammer. And this Kraken is never full. This Kraken is hungry today and just snacking on poor Inklings and Octolings. This is a really nice use of Kraken in the current meta because we haven't been seeing it that much.
Yeah, the 96 deco is so good at punishing any advance, and when you have a Tri-Slasher and 2 Splatanas on your team, you want to move forward, but with a 96 that's firm behind its wall, you have to respect that. You have to respect that, especially when the Kraken is ready. You have to be ready to just move away before all the damage can be dealt. And the Kraken is going in and forcing the Cosmic Cherries to react, to use that inkjet and just try to scramble a defense. And Cosmic Cherries right now, they don't want to defend.
And I like this with the 96 galleys, that the Kraken didn't get a pick, but it distracted a heck of a lot. And then they're still there holding that space. It's really hard for Cosmic Cherries to get out of spawn. They are 3 players down, Pat, as we get to the second checkpoint. Herbert Fan Club ready to whittle this checkpoint down. They have all 4 players up. They have the Zipcast alive. They are raining ink everywhere. And if we are not careful, this game could be over.
Even though they get pushed out finally by the Cosmic Cherries. Cosmic Cherries, they have 10 seconds to get back in, and the Stamper is behind them. Look at Smiley Face. That's you're not supposed to be there.
This is the second time that's happened. The second time that they've just managed to sneak in from the back, and I think Cosmic Cherries, I don't know if it's a map awareness thing, I don't know if Herbert Fan Club have just been incredibly sneaky, but they're leaving players in very, very dangerous territory that has allowed them to take massive control of the map, and Herbert Fan Club are going to secure that game 1, and after a little bit of a slow start, and Cosmic Cherries getting the first push, I think from that first counter push that Herbert Fan Club got, they just never relented. They were the stronger team from that point by a significant margin, I would say.
Yeah, Herbert Fan Club took a minute to really figure out, okay, how do we disrupt the Cherries as much as we can? And once they had that down, once they knew the rhythm, once they knew where to be, how to attack, they were in, and they were constantly in and never relenting, and forcing the Cosmic Cherries to always look above their shoulders, always try to just crumble things, as there's always someone attacking them. And that's really went Herbert Fans Club's way, and that's really good for them in that game 1. Herbert Fan Club 1 game away from advancing to semi-finals. This is a very brutal gold bracket that we have.
And I don't know who Herbert is, but they clearly have some very dedicated and talented fans, because it was a very strong performance. Cosmic Cherries, though, they did have a really good opportunity at the start. We saw some really good mechanical play in their engagements. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination for them, but they're going to have to keep level-headed. They're going to have to try and bring that anxiety down about this being their kind of final shot in this set, and just have faith in their abilities that allowed them to go 4-1 up to get to this point. As you also pointed out, Pat, Undertow and Flounder, very, very different maps to Inkblot.
Yeah.
Undertow, massive by comparison. Much more opportunities in terms of where you can kind of come in from, where you can distract and cause attention. And that shift in environment could be something that lends themselves to Cosmic Cherry's favour. I don't know enough about either team to say that for definitive, but it's a very, very different area to be playing in, and that could affect how the game plays out.
Honestly, from the start of that game, I think both of these teams are really good, but it's all about momentum. Both of these teams, once they have things going their way, they are pushing the other team on the defensive, and they can get so much out of it. And it's all about, okay, how do we make sure that, okay, never mind, double ball point on the side of Herbert fan club. Meanwhile, a 52 on the side of a Cherries.
I have never seen double ball point plus 96. That is quite a ranged comp in many ways. You don't really have much frontline pressure other than the Tetras. They're going to have to hard carry that, but it does look like they're not wasting any time. They did take one down and then traded with another, so the Tetras doing their job and playing their role for this team. The Cosmic Cherries, I do like their composition as well. They've got a 52 for that kind of aggression. They've got the Neo Splash. They've got a ball point of their own and the Tetras of their own. But again, Herbert fan club immediately dictating the momentum this time, clearly feeling quite confident after how the first game went. And that Kraken snacking on that Zipcaster recall is going to be a bit scary.
Yeah, it's like the Cosmic Cherries have everything they need to be aggressive, except against Herbert fan club. Double ball point. You can't attack double ball point on a 96. Herbert fan club in full punish mode, and then they just have to make the points out of it. And ooh, that's splat on the inkjet is going to slow things down, but there's another ball point, and right now it's just that one last ball point for Herbert fan club. That's going to give the opportunity for the Cherries to finally get things going their way.
I do absolutely love that one of the players' names is just Happy Face. I think that is just brilliant. I hope they're enjoying themselves either way, regardless of how the set plays out. They have been just splatted again. Sorry to bring that attention there. But 40's a pretty good push by Herbert fan club, but it's nowhere near as strong as their push did look in the previous game. There's a lot of opportunity here for Cosmic Cherries to bring this back, but right now, I must say, they are getting caught on these recalls a lot. Herbert fan club are seeing these recalls and taking advantage of them every single time, so Cosmic Cherries need to find a way to be punished less for those moments. It does look like because of that, Herbert fan club has set up again, and look at the amount of specials they had on deck pat. They had 3 at one point there before the picks.
It's not just the specials, it's the space that they've managed to take. That space is finally going to be cut as they try to push the tower. Cosmic Cherry is finally able to in their turn, punish and pincer these 2 ball points. But right now, Herbert fan club is still in control of mid, and they could get another push out of it.
Yeah, it feels like the massive range for Herbert fan club is a bit of a risk, but it's been working out very, very well against Cosmic Cherry's comp. You saw there with the 96 as well, they knew their 2 teammates wanted to jump for them. They put a wall out to protect them and covered their fire, and that worked out really, really well. So Herbert fan club doing such a good job of allowing their teammates to get back into the game in a way that I think Cosmic Cherries are slightly struggling to do. We're seeing a bit more of aggression from them there. Nicely done to shut out the ball point. I think we need an aggressive playstyle from Cosmic Cherries here against Herbert fan club, because they have nice ranged weapons that are comfortable just skirmishing in mid. If Cosmic Cherries get in their face and shut that kind of range advantage down, we could be looking at a very, very different game, and it does look like this is going to be their chance to push, Pat.
Yeah, it's like every time Herbert fan club gets right under Cosmic Cherry's palm, their range is no longer as useful, and suddenly things fall down and they have to move back to mid. Cosmic Cherries, they need just one good push to get back in, and right now, the tower is almost... Oh! And that's a wipeout there on the tower. They're going to get that checkpoint for free, and they're in very good spot to get the lead.
Did you see that pop on the inkjet as well? That was absolutely gorgeous aerial view kill. That was incredibly spicy from Cosmic Cherries. They do clutch the lead. It does look like the push is... It does look like the push is going to stop there, but suddenly this game is very, very different. Cosmic Cherries, they have had that momentum shift. They did start playing more aggressive, and Herbert's fan club's comp crumbled underneath that offensive pressure. Can they keep that up, though? Because they need to play smart when it comes to defending. Herbert fan club have done some fantastic pushes, and Cosmic Cherries cannot just face rush them. They need to play it smart. So here we are, Herbert fan club immediately responding. 2 down. They're pushing hard here. 3 down. This is scary, and they could be trying to take the lead back immediately, Pat.
Yeah, but no one's on the tower, and right now the Cosmic Cherries are back in there, maintaining the attack, denying the tower as much as they can, making sure the tower moves back as much as possible. But right now the Herbert fan club is on the tower with a wall, and it looks like they are so close to getting that lead.
Oh, they had the right idea. They had players applying pressure. They were trying to camp the jump, but they just didn't have anyone on tower to stop the tower's movement. And Herbert fan club taking the lead. 15 seconds to go. That is going to be a heartbreaker for Cosmic Cherries, but they need to shrug it off. They need to get a push going now. There is nobody in mid. There's a bunch of fights going on. You need to be on that tower now. 5 seconds for one of you to get on the tower. The ball point, are you going to try and get on? What is
What?
going on here?
No!
You need to play
No!
objective.
No!
That is a tragedy.
Oh.
There was an opportunity there for Cosmic Cherries at the end to get something going again. I think they actually had a chance of taking that back, but nobody on the tower. And it doesn't matter how good you are at slaying people and how much map control you have if you're not progressing that objective. What a tragedy.
Herbert fan club got that lead by just piling up squids on the tower until one of them survives long enough to get that lead, and Cosmic Cherries not getting on the tower by a split second and conceding that game too, and that means Herbert fan club are going to advance to semi-finals.
I think, you know, a heartbreaker there, and Cosmic Cherries done very, very well to make it this far. 4-1 is a great performance coming into the top cut, and Herbert fan club just clutching it out there. So congratulations to them for advancing. But Cosmic Cherries, you can be really proud of how you've done. I think there are some things from that set definitely learning that you can take away that will help you elevate your game that step further. Bit of pleasure to be a part of this and watch this, but I do believe, Pat, that is the end of our block, and we're going to be handing over to the very talented Nito and Stormy Senpai to guide you through the rest of the tournament. So, any other reflections on that set, Pat, before we wrap up?
But I wish we could have seen a game 3, because both of these teams had different play styles that really faced each other so well and completed each other very well. And like seeing these two teams go at each other and really get a very close game. That was a delight, and I wish we could have seen more. I wish we could have commentated more, but as you said, this is the end for us, and you guys are going to get better commentators now.
Wow! I mean, they are very good, but I hope you provided a little entertainment as well. But yes, very, very good commentators coming up to see out the rest of this tournament. Pat, where can people find you as well?
You can find me on Twitter at PatAutumn. It's written in your screen. And yes, I'm a Nito fan. Nito, I love you. Chili, where can people find you?
People can find me on Twitter, chiliboy_splat, although it does look like Elon Musk has just destroyed Twitter with a recent change they've made, so maybe you can't find me there anymore. We'll have to see. But look, a pleasure being here. Minnow Cup is amazing. Thank you to Mira as well, who's been an amazing host and giving us this opportunity together. So we are taking a short break, folks, to hand over to Nito and Stormy, but do not go anywhere. We've got other incredible sets coming up very, very soon.
And welcome back to Minnow Cup Tower Control Edition. We're here with semifinals, bringing you Team 7 versus Shark, and that's an interesting team picture, by the way. Wow. I'm Nito, one of the co-commentators. The other co-commentator is going to be Stormy. And Stormy, is there anything you can tell us about these two teams so far?
I'm not very familiar with both of these teams. Actually, I'm lying. I am very familiar with the team with the W. I think I've seen Cheeto on Twitter quite a bit. I know they're a very, decent player themselves. So I expect to see a lot coming out from them, the Team Shark. And going back to that profile picture, what you mean, bro? It looks sick. Got a shark with a...
helicopter.
No, but wait, what about Team 7's logo? Oh, wait. Team 7, I'm actually very familiar with. You seen them, back in Splatoon 2, I've seen them in the league rotations a lot. They play a lot of league back in Splatoon 2. This is actually one of my first times seeing them in tournament, I believe. Actually, I'm lying. I've seen them in a few tournaments in Splatoon 2, but now my first time seeing them in Splatoon 3, so I'm very curious to how they're gonna do. Also, their logo was also very sick. But we do got the maps right here, and we have Manta Maria Towers coming up first. What do you think?
I saw Team 7. Team 7 has a lot of history behind them. In fact, they have a lot of momentum behind them too. They actually went second in last month's No Link, so we've got a lot to look forward to here. But, yeah, I mean, against a team that was set to win it all, they at least taking 2 games off. That's certainly something to look forward to. But we're going into Manta Maria. I think from what I saw from Team 7, this could be the map that favors them because I see them running a lot of aggressive compositions, a lot of shooter weapons, a lot of short range, and you see 3 of them coming out right now with the range blaster to keep themselves in check. And I believe that's Shark into purple pulling out the ranged deco. They got a lot of range with them, so they might be looking to counter Team 7 right away.
Yeah, for sure. We gotta also talk about this range blaster pick. So them going with the Zap and their Junior, this Zap is gonna give them a tactical to help them feed in. That Junior's gonna give them a lot of paint, so I do like that comp. But on the side of the purple team, which is the Shark team, they have a very aggro comp with the Raptor help with Chip. We got a Crab Tank set up here. They're going to be able to get a pick, and they're going to get a push started immediately because they're in the advantage here now. We're going to push them and try to force the advantage state, but goes down in the process.
So far, the advantage state isn't looking out too well for them, but they do get one pick to trade off. Both teams taking a few picks off the board. Both teams going down with 2 players down. Actually, Shark gets 1 player back into game. The Booyah Bomb coming out for Shark, able to take out another player. They need to get themselves back on the tower, though, so they can try to clear that first checkpoint, which they start doing so with 89 remaining. 1 minute left on the clock, but both teams have yet to make a statement so far.
So the win condition here for Shark is going to be the splashes and the Wiper's job to get to that range blaster, get in their face and make sure they're not doing much for the team, That is going to be their job. And for the win condition side for this other Team 7, it's their job to make sure there's always paint on the floor for the range blaster to chip people, and then the shots to push in with their Zuka and 5 picks there onto this Crab Tank. You're going to give them right there. Nice shot that was. It's going to help you get advantage, but it does immediately get traded back. Now we're seeing basically a 3v1, 1v3 actually. And so now they're able to stop that push. A good job on their part. And, I mean, that's pretty much it at this point.
One thing Shark's been able to do so well is pick off the players one by one, it seems, with Team 7. But Team 7 so far, they've been able to make them lead go up very quickly. I mean, they didn't hesitate at all with their push, able to stop Shark dead in their tracks, especially with that one Inkzuka shot. But Shark now looking for an opening. One of their Splatana, the Wiper's going to try to look for a Shark. Doesn't quite get it. Actually go 2 down now. As a result, they weren't able to back themselves up right next to the tower. They got a few players going down as well. They're still trying to make their way down to checkpoint 2. Cheeto looking to get a few picks. It's 1 player now for Team 7. And they have to get themselves back on the tower. Nifty now popping the Booyah Bomb to see if they can get themselves even closer to checkpoint 2.
The Wiper does that stamp there ready. It's going to try to look to get to that type of so the blaster is going down, so aggression should be on the table here. So we're going to pop that J to help them there. Here comes the stamp as well. This should be able to get a few picks here, but for somehow, some way, Team 7 is holding a strong defense and it's not giving up that much ground and it's able to get the read down there. You can tell a team's momentum by how well they play defense. And both these teams played really good defensive pushes on their side. So this is going to be a very back and forth game, going back and forth here. See how the defense have played out with specials after ready for Team 7. But the zap goes down immediately. So they're immediately going to get pressure off this tower, and they're not going to be able to get past that check.
Team Shark may get the lead, but Team 7's looking to send a message right here. Their mentality isn't gonna let themselves back down. Like you said, they're still up to 50 remaining, so they're just 1 point away from tying the game. But I'm sure they're gonna be looking for a lot more. That N-Zap now looking to get not the N-Zap, the vanilla splatter shot, looking to get a shark going, looking to get something going here, trying to distract the opponents. Isn't quite able to get something working, but they do have that Inkzuka backing themselves up, but Lifty throwing the Rainmaker yet again, able to clear themselves and get themselves back on tower, keeping the lead for now.
I think the problem here from Team 7, I don't see them utilizing that N-Zap, meaning utilizing that tactical. They're not really, I haven't seen them really use tactical all often this match, and it's only like a minute left to go. They need to use that tactical more to they can play a little bit more aggressive. I just haven't seen anybody really grab and utilize the tactical. Then again, your comp really isn't the best for the tactical, with being kind of a passive comp when you really think about it. The only main aggro would be the zap itself and the shot and the range by itself, but I really haven't seen them utilize it. When only 45 seconds left to go, they really got to get something going here, force an aggro and find a way to get a push. While on the other hand, Shark also didn't get a good push either, but they got to hold a very strong defense, which is very demanding to do on a map like Manta Maria.
And if anything's going to get that defense jump started, it's going to be 2 picks for Team 7. Shark goes down with a few players. The Crab's going to start to come out. That's going to be a great defensive piece there for Shark. But Shark is still moving up. Team 7's moving up ever so slightly, not quite able to get the lead. Then the Junior comes back on Pop's Bubbler. Doesn't last long. But they still got another player, another player going for the flank. It's the N-Zap, but doesn't quite get it either. Shark is going to hold on to the lead, or will they? They go 3 down now. They're going to get even closer. With 77 remaining, and they get the lead. Oh my goodness!
And they got the tower back immediately. What did I tell you? As soon as that tactical was dropped, I knew they were going to set up aggro there for a good 15 seconds. And that's exactly what happened there. The Junior died. Oh, well, I got tactical. I can jump back in. And then the random double with the bomb is what really stapled that game right there for Team 7. Able to come out on top right then and there. I don't know who threw that bomb, and that was a clutch bomb kill. Without that, they would have never won that game. And what a very back and forward game that was as we move over to Eotel Alley.
And it says something about their mentality that they're able to keep pushing over and over again, trying to get that lead, especially at the end there, when they know they have to go for broke there. So when it comes to Eotel Alley, another short map to where they can easily take advantage of that tactical composition. In fact, they can even take advantage of that passive comp here as well, because with Eotel Alley, there's just not that many avenues for the other team to sneak themselves in and make a play, as we saw Team 7 try to do. But again, they still have that passive comp, so I want to see what they're able to do here, because I feel like this is more of a favorable situation for them, but I still can't count out Shark just yet.
I think that range blaster pick is going to be a little bit dangerous here, because there are a lot of areas to sneak, push in, and then once aggression's in your face, that range blaster, I mean, it can chip that tower, but it's at the risk of it going down and dying all the time, because you know how the terrain is set up. And so I really would like to see that range blaster pick a different weapon here, but if that's their one trick, then they can probably stick with it. Maybe pop off, get a bunch of directs or something, able to take their team to victory. Not expecting that much of a comp change for either side. Maybe the Rapid might take a back seat, maybe not. I doubt it. Inkjet and Torpedo really strong, so not expecting that much of a comp change out of these teams.
And honestly, I'm a big fan of any weapon that can easily clear a ledge, and I think if any weapon's gonna do it, I've been looking at the Splatana Wiper so far. Maybe, just maybe, I think without the stamp, you might actually be able to do just enough with a map like Eotel Alley, but I think even with the stamp, if they can get some more opportunities to pop it, maybe push themselves back a little bit, assess the situation, because they still have a Team 7, as far as I remember, had a crab. So that's definitely something to look forward to if I'm on Shark.
Shark was actually the one with the crab. Shark was the one with the crab. Team 7 didn't have the crab thing. Team 7 had the junior zap and whatnot. And they're going to go with the double shot 52 in junior. So a paint heavy aggressive comp. I see them here. And then pretty much the same comp coming out from Shark, except this time with the ballpoint slightly. So a little bit more range to their name. Going to be able to easily outrange the members of Team 7. We're going to see how they use it to their advantage.
And we see a neutral battle immediately set itself off. A Pika trying to sneak themselves onto the other side of the bridge. Isn't quite able to do it. In fact, they get splatted fairly quickly with a 2v1 from the Wiper and the Splash. But they do get one player down as well. Both teams equally trading there. Wiper now trying to pick off a few members of Shark, but Team 7 able to creep it just barely past checkpoint 1 as they're able to clear it. But it's going to be all Shark's game to play from now.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see the ballpoint set up here on this right side. Hopefully, look at these are more range to their advantage with that Wiper. They help take ledges. They're going to come out here, going to look to wreak havoc on their side. It's going to help crossfire for the members of the short range members of their team. The ballpoint doing a major hold in this position. Does have Jetta the rate. It's going to pop it soon. It's going to pop it on this Zook. A very smart play here. It's going to get rid of him very quickly as well. But one person pushed the tower and kind of forced out the way, but I didn't admit by that, so they are going to be taken down here. The Chargers are going to stall this tower. Drop roller being very similar there, having to find a nice pick. And so now they're still in that advantage thing here. We're going to watch Shark just keep pushing this tower past this second checkpoint.
Drop Roller and Inkjet, one of the best duos since Mac and Cheese, as they get past checkpoint 2, heading straight towards checkpoint 1, making quick time as they do. That Splash, they're going to have to back off a bit because they're under heavy pressure from 3 weapons on the side of Team 7. The Inkzuka, for example, taking quick work out of the player on the tower. I believe that was either the Vanilla Splash or the T-Tech, but one of those players able to take care of business right then and there, but they've got a big mountain to climb as they've gone up to 27 remaining. Team 7 now looking to get themselves back into the lead, but it's going to be very difficult with the way Shark's playing so far.
Yeah, indeed it is. And I think the main reason why this game isn't over is mainly because of this V-shot for the side of Team 7. This V-shot is getting their Zuka to the right time, staying alive when they need to, and winning a bunch of 1v1s, able to keep them into this game. We're pretty much barely half the game left to go here. We're going to look at them change momentum here. Able to get a pick there with that wall. It's going to push this top of the side. It's going to push onto this ball point. Unfortunately, missed the shots there, and it's going to go down for it and get punished. So now they lose their momentum for a little bit, and that weird ball on the tower was just crashing. It's going to slow down Team 7 immediately, but that Zuka coming out once again at the perfect time, able to help them keep going and get a lot of chip damage, and is going to help them make it for that second checkpoint.
Trades going back and forth with both teams. It's looking a little dicey here for Shark, but they're able to stop it so far, stopping Team 7 at the second checkpoint with 63 points remaining, able to make quick work of that T-Tech. They might be able to make quick work of this other player, this 52 gal that's starting to sneak themselves back in. Cheeto now trying to get a few picks on the board, isn't quite able to do it. Both teams going one player down now. Shark has a comp that's able to favor to push that Team 7 is going to try to make, but that Viper though still gets picked off again. And they still need a few more picks on the board before they're able to stop Team 7. Team 7 is just going to roll on straight by, heading straight towards checkboard 2. That T-Tech having to play a little bit of defense against the sloshing machine. But they might even pick these 2 players off. They go 3 down instead. Oh, it's going to be a dicey move there for Team 7.
And here we go again. Team 7 is winning a bunch of fights, but for some reason, Shark is just able to stall them out. Always find a pick. Always have a special rating. Just always able to hold them there. But not this time. They are going to make it past that check. So now we're going to see the adventure setup here. The Zuka coming out pretty early. The 52 looking up, trying to find a pick, trying to force a pick any way they can. But does go down for it. Are they going to be able to get the lead 2 dead on their side? And they are going to get the lead. And it's over. This machine left alive. There's the buoy ball coming off the tower. It's going to slow it down and hold up a little bit longer. Able to find a pick there. The machine needs to clean this up immediately with the help of the team is coming back in. The Wiper coming in, focusing his shot on the right side, and they are able to clean it up, but not before getting all the way down to 6, Nito. And so now, Shark has basically one more opportunity left, 2 more opportunities left before this game is over, and they need to do it fast.
Now we got ourselves a ball game, folks. Nearly 30 seconds left on the clock. Shark has a huge mountain to climb, and I thought Team 7 was going to be the one with the mountain to climb. And now they got 3 specials, actually. Shark is making their way towards the second checkpoint, towards third checkpoint fairly quickly here. They've got 3 specials online. They're starting to pop 2 of them. The Booyah Bomb starts to come out. The Stamp starts to come out. The Crab's out as well. It's going to be a hard time trying to get that Crab off, but it does come off too. There's T-Sec. The Tri-Strike's coming out fairly quickly for Team 7. They have someone on the tower. They have no one on the tower just yet. The Viper's starting to come in. Both teams have to get themselves on the tower. One turn remaining. He can't get off. It's over. Team 7 takes it. It was about to creep straight into overtime.
And they just didn't really have anyone around that tower. I think Team 7 played a really good defense there at the end, popping on strikes pretty early to make sure they had some room to work with, and they knew they had another special ready. So even if they made it past that, they had a bigger mountain to climb after that. And so Team 7 getting the 2-0 win over Shark, and they are heading to Grand Finals.
And it's funny playing a game as fast as Splatoon, where one of the key plays here is patience. Team 7 had that patience, making sure they waited until they had those Tri-Strikes to make a move on the tower, even though Shark looked like they were getting fairly close to passing the third checkpoint there. Team 7, again, you mentioned the mentality in the first game. They kept it cool. They kept themselves patient. They made sure they had what they needed to put themselves in defensive position. Once they get the Tri-Strikes, they got the paint as well. So great job there by Team 7. Still can't count out Shark though for giving themselves a challenge, but it's going to be Team 7 that heads into the Grand Finals.
Yeah, for sure. Shark will be in that third place match. I believe there is one. I'm not sure. Tell me if I'm wrong, but if so, they are going to be in that third place match. And top 4 in this tournament, very good if you ask me. I think they should be very proud of that as well. But up next, we have Grand Finals for y'all. So stay tuned for that. You are watching Minnow Cup on Mulloway Institution.
And as quick as that, we are back and with the Grand Finals match inside Surf and Turf versus Team 7. On one side, actually on both sides, you've got a team with lots of history behind them. Surf and Turf spending lots of time in Splatoon 2 competitive and now Splatoon 3. Team 7 as well, spending lots of time in League. So it's great to see these teams finally facing off. I'm Nito. I'm joined by Stormy, my partner in crime for now. Both of these teams, again, lots of history behind them and lots of good results so far in this tournament. Surf and Turf coming off almost cleanly against Herbert Fan Club and Magna Iris and Team 7, clean sweeping Mammoth Meatball and Shark.
Indeed. And there's a lot of history with Surf and Turf. It's funny that when I first joined comp, these guys were around when I first formed Persistence, my team, which wasn't Persistence, it was called SXN during the time when we played them. We beat them 2-1, but they have been here for a long time, and it's really nice to see them in the Grand Finals in a low-level tournament, actually. So waiting for the day these guys get low-level banned, because it will be a treat to watch because they have such a history behind them. But for the side of Team 7, like you said, there's a history behind them as well, kind of just being around in the league scene sort of side of things as well. So we got two level teams with a big history behind them, and basically two titans clashing, if you will. We're going to see who comes out on top.
And with Grand Finals, it's going to be a best of 7, of course. Still all tower control. We're going to be starting at best of 5. Team 7, best of 7. All right, same thing, really. Team 7, this is all your fault. It's not mine. I'm never wrong.
Crazy.
Best of 5.
and they are starting on Museum de Alfonsino, me not knowing how to pronounce stuff. This is a very interesting tower map to say the least. I wouldn't call it one of the best tower maps. It's pretty heavily favored for the push, and it's very hard to defend on. So we're going to see the constant bring on idea. We got an S Blast with the Nova, with the Anarchy Nova, and we got a pretty much a more standard comp coming out on the side of Team 7. And we see the Machine with the shot and the Nova with the S Blast. What an interesting comp coming out here for the side of Surf and Turf, but I'm sure they've been in the lab, they've been cooking, so we're going to see how that conference with the immediate engine coming out here on that right side.
And talk about cooking there. Both teams are cooking right now because we got a trade from both sides going into a 3v3 right from the start. For 30 seconds already off the clock. Team 7 looking to establish themselves fairly quickly as both teams go one down yet again, 2 down now actually. As both teams struggling to find their way in. Surf and Turf actually down to 1 player left. Do they see the player behind us? The Crab see the player behind them, and they do. As they're forced to back off a bit before taking it out in a 2v1 as Team 7 continues this push. We gotta remember that Team 7 is one of those teams that seems relentless, but they do have the patience to play, and they do know when and where to call their shots. So we cannot count out this comp against Surf and Turf's very long range, very passive comp, which I mean, I wanted to say that they were doing their homework here, but Surf and Turf, they're actually going straight towards checkpoint 2, and they might even be able to clear it because they still have a few specials left. They're going to be popping those very soon.
Yeah, for sure. We got to really talk about this S-Blast here. This S-Blast is going to be the difference maker for Surf and Turf. As well as this Anarchy Nova, so we're going to see a bunch of jets coming out for them, playing more towards their specials here and more for the range of effect damage type of thing. So we're going to see the Spike in the bad spike here. It's going to get punished for that. We're going to see Pika go here on this long flank here in the shot in the mid. And I think it's going to pay off there as the teammates help clean it up just a little bit. But Gudra here on his S-Blast is still alive in this corner. Need to get rid of him right here and there. And they are definitely not doing that. Getting pick after pick. Gudra showing his valiance on this S-Blast, showing that he has learned how to play this weapon very well.
Gudra's doing 1 to 10, don't with that S-Blast, but the Crab and the Inkzuka quickly able to wipe it out as they pop most of their specials, trying to get themselves back on the board, and they get the tower back. With both teams still up by 4, the Inkstrike starting to come out, the Bubbler starting to come out, the Burst Bomb coming out, getting a pick for Team 7. As Chrissy from Surf and Turf goes down, it's all up to Gudra with the blaster yet again, going around the outside, and isn't quite able to get a few picks off of that, but they do pop that reslide to try to get themselves into a more favorable situation. They actually lose the lead to Team 7 as they get themselves past checkpoint 1 as well. Both teams now down 2, so, well, I almost commentators cursed myself, but great work there to me.
Yeah, for sure, but Team 7 still has the lead here, and this jet coming out here from the side of Surf and Turf is looking for a player on their play, is able to help clear him out, but ultimately not doing much for them there. The Bubbler, after ready for injury, is going to pop on the tower right now. It's going to get past that check. Able to get 2 picks right then and there in the front side. We're going to see them push up right then and there on the right side. Chrissy by herself on that right side is not going to be able to do much. It's going to go down there, and they're going to make it past this second checkpoint. It goes to the right side, and this is where it becomes very hard to defend, Nino. This is where it becomes very hard for them to make their way out. Trash is also going to come out very soon. It's going to help them clear that top right side as well and put a few more points onto that board.
One thing I can't help but notice about Team 7 is how well they're able to coordinate their specials and how well they're able to time them perfectly. You saw the Tri-Strike and the Crab start to come out. Unfortunately, it hasn't come out quite to fruition there. As they go down 1 player, they're able to hop back on the tower, but they got up to 24 remaining before positioning that Crab in the middle of the spinner there, the big spinny thing, obviously. But with about a minute to go, Surf and Turf has to get themselves back in the running. They're got up to about 69 points remaining, which is kind of nice if you ask me, but it's not too nice for them because they still have, again, they have about a minute to go, and they do have a minute to go, but they don't have they don't have the right tools. In fact, they don't have any, you can even say any paint because it's still a sea of yellow we're almost looking at here.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I was thinking. It's not, they don't have the right tools for this, and they don't also have the right damage per second. You know, a pretty slow comp. You got the machine, you got the S Blast, and you got the Nova. There's really not a lot of damage per second, especially with that machine nerf coming into play here. They're just not able to find a way back into mid. And even if they find a way to that top right side, they got one hell of a fight waiting for them right in there. And so you said a Reslaughter just being a very, very terrible special, not doing much for them there as well. Just crafting, finding chip damage as well. It's gonna try to flick it, but it's not gonna pay dividends there. Chrissy able to find a nice pick here on his right side. It's not gonna help at all. They're all gonna try to trade here. It's gonna try to help him here, but they do find a way to get the read down. So there's one opportunity. There about an opportunity there. There's the T-Take for the side of T7, but he's gonna be able to go down there, but is able to clear off the tower, get a delayed wipe, and that is the game.
Oh, Goodriz there was looking at a clutch situation, but especially with a weapon like the S-Blast, like you said, just doesn't have the DPS necessary to combat that sort of quick composition. So they were left in quite a sticky position there, as they were the only one left on the tower hoping to make a clutch play. Unfortunately, Team 7 so far looking like the dominant team, but we can't count out Surf and Turf just yet. We're going to head into Sturgeon Shipyard, and if there's anything that Sturgeon Shipyard favors, it's lockout comps. And to my knowledge, whatever Surf and Turf is running right now could very well work as a lockout comp they need.
Very much. It really depends on if they can even get to that that last checkpoint or that second checkpoint in front of them. You know what I'm talking about, in their court, because I think Team 7's comp just has them beat. Surf and Turf needs to make an adjustment. There's not enough paint. There's not enough DPS. Like I said, you know, you got that machine, that S-Blast, and that Nova. That is not enough DPS to help that shot at all, if you ask me, to contest the very fast comp T7. They got a junior. They got 2 shots in the splash. So they might come with a 52. If Team 7 comes with a 52, that's going to be even worse for them, especially on a map like Sturgeon, where locking down one side is very, very imperative.
Absolutely, and with the fact that you're running an Anarchy Nova and an S-Blast, again, there's just not much paint to work with. I know I mentioned it in the last game. Almost a sea of the other team's ink. It's going to be very hard to fight against, and again, Sturgeon Shipyard is a map where a lockout can basically win you the whole game, and I think Team 7 right now, as long as they can keep their comp, and quite frankly, their patience could just very well win this game alone, if I'm being honest. I think.
Their paint too is like to talk about as well. But we got to remember that Surf and Turf did make it here, and I'm assuming they made it here playing this comp. So obviously they know something we don't, and so we're going to let them cook and see if they can find a way to turn this around. But the problem is that when it's time to push up and actually take space, I don't think they necessarily have a weapon that does that for them, unless they have like their specials ready, obviously. And that's the thing. No weapon in their comp can do solo things except for like maybe the shot is what it is, and that's where they're losing at. So Team 7 is able to take 1v1s when they want, how they want, because their weapons are just kind of made for that. But we're going to see if they make an adjustment here. We're going into game 2 of Grand Final on Sturgeon Shipyard, and we do see kind of an adjustment. Well, not really. They switched to the V-Blast.
Whoa!
Is that a roller with a Clash Blaster? Yo, what are they cooking?
What are you talking about, Splatoon 2 days? I remember the Clash Blaster being the bane of existence for casual players, so them pulling it out in this match and in this competitive situation, oh my goodness, I want to see what's going on here, and I want to see what they've got going on here. Well, it looks to be working pretty well for them thus far, as they get straight to checkpoint 1, heading into 70 remaining, and I believe they should be able to clear that checkpoint, and they are, but they do go down fairly quickly to the Inkzuka from the side of Surf and Turf. They actually go 3 down, as Surf and Turf is going to hopefully get themselves back on the board and back into running.
Yeah, I don't know what they're cooking here. Surf and Turf, you need to punish them for running such 2 very strange weapons together. The roller is fine, but the roller and clapper together, yo, low key, I feel disrespected. But that's just me though. Hey, I feel disrespected. So Surf and Turf, you gotta make a statement right here. Let them know, hey man, don't run that against us. It ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna see the Zap here making a flame, able to get a trip out of that, able to start to push single-handedly, and it's just shutting them down. It's looking to pick on a blaster as well. This Zap popped off right there. Oh no, they're gonna attack the cooler. You can't put that in front of the tower, buddy. You can't do that.
Oh my goodness. If there's one thing the tower can't control is how fast that tactical can disappear. And how fast the tower's going too. They go straight to 48 remaining. In fact, they're going to go straight to 40 remaining. Surf and Turf down 3 players now. It's all up to Chrissy to get themselves back into the running. But Mr. A's making it fairly difficult as they go up to 31 remaining. And Wilkson now is going to put themselves back on the tower as well. They might be able to clear checkpoint too, but they're not. Surf and Turf mobilizing themselves very quickly there. Able to get 3 down to a delayed triple on Team 7. Surf and Turf playing very aggressively on defense. We need to see a little bit more of that on offense though.
Yeah, for sure. And I think them holding into that checkpoint will be able to hit it, but the roller able to get a double there and clear him out. It's just a machine that's allowed for a Surf and Turf. So we're going to see Team 7 push up right now. That Zap is being very aggressive. This Zap is playing a very aggressive game right here, which I mean, it makes sense. He's the main aggro here in this situation. So with a comp like this, if your Zap player needs to be the main aggro and they can do just that, then you're going to have a little bit of success coming out here. That tower is by itself. It's going to go make their way back into mid. They're going to hold the mid control here. Here comes the Ziggo trying to shoot at this Jet. It's not going to be able to get him. This Jet shooting at the Ziggo. Oh my goodness! Get destroyed. Side swipe. What a shot there by the Clash Blaster with that Zuka.
Oh my goodness! Bang! Bang! Is that Mike Breen would put it? Good lord, that was a great Inkzuka shot. It left me reeling. But it's still anyone's game now as we both go both teams go 1 player down. 58-25, and Surf and Turf actually got a bit more pain on the board than Team 7. They might be looking to get themselves back into the running here, but do they see the Clash Blaster coming in from behind? One of them sure does because they got splatted by it, but Gudra now mobilizing themselves has to get the Clash Blaster out of the way there, but now they have to look on the other side of the tower because Chrissy goes down fairly quickly. One of them has to look what's right below them because they fell straight off, and they got 3 players down now, with one having to pop the Inkstrike to try to stop Surf and Turf, and they go down by the blaster from Surf and Turf goes down. 33 points remaining. Team 7 holds on by a thread.
That Jet is going to be able to hold his mission on the top right side as well. It's going to have to have more picks, and they get 2 down there. But that Clash Blaster is still left alive. With that radius, they're going to push up there, and it's still left alive. But it's only a minute left to go in this game. This game is not over. Nowhere near over yet. They got a delay wipe, but it doesn't matter. There's only a minute left to go in this game. When a minute to go, they're going to push up here, push paint on this right side. Them try and shot, but very crucial to keep that lead, and they have it ready once again. The Zuka also ready for that Clash Blaster. 3 spinners ready. Here come that tactical in front of the side of Team 7. We're going to see how they utilize it. We're going to push this spinner immediately. We're going to go for an aggressive play here. It's not able to get that pick, but they do have tactical, so they are going to be able to come back very quick, jump back in, probably set up a bubbler to keep the mid for them.
Oh my goodness! Team 7 may have won back the tower, but Surf and Turf is starting to turn on the Jets. The Clash Blaster now trying to make themselves known, and they do get themselves known well enough to get splatted because they got 3, but Surf and Turf goes 3 down. Team 7 still in control of the tower. James now has to find a response all on their own before the sloshing machine is able to come back in. This Inkjet has to find some form of opening, like of their end of Spinner on top of Spinner, trying to get a pick on the board, actually get 1 player down to Clash Blaster. Going down there, they might get 2 players down. They got 3. That's a delayed wipeout for Surf and Turf. This is a great spot as they head into overtime. This is where they need to be. This is where they need to keep themselves. It's all or nothing here to prevent Team 7 from going to a 2-0. And oh my goodness, the Inkzuka's coming out. It's starting with a little dicey there.
Oh, but I'm able to push it. I'm able to push it. Little hold my hand. It's only 2 on the line. Here comes the try strike, but it's too late.
My goodness.
Oh my God, it was too late. The charger came in so late that you didn't get him in time. And that roller made a suicide dive to the tower, and Surf and Turf was ready. And they were able to punish that completely and ultimately just stop them from winning the game and bringing it back to a 1-1 set. Momentum swifting back to even.
Oh my goodness, Surf and Turf and Team 7 giving us a finals for the ages now, and a fist bump, well deserved there. Oh man, it's almost a surprise this next map isn't a counter pick because they're going straight into Ink Blood Art Academy. But that's one heck of a way to get us into the halfway point of the match. Goodness me.
Yeah, it is. And I think once I'm a kind of detour away from like the actual match itself. And I want to talk about Surf and Turf. So, as we all know, I mean, I'm sure most of y'all know, Chrissy and both Steven are a married couple, actually. I don't know if they're within the same house and are playing the game, but let's say they are. Can you imagine what that house sounds like right now, them screaming call-outs and whatnot, and then they're able to, and then just playing the game in general? I think that is, like, really special. I think that is a really special moment that they're sharing together, and so I feel very happy for them. I just really wanted to point that out. But anyways, back to the game. We got Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control, and so we need to see the more aggressive Team 7 come back out here, set up whole space, and ultimately not let up pressure and just step on Surf and Turf's necks if they want to find a way to bring back momentum to their side.
All I gotta say is that's gotta be one heck of a complaint to the HOA.
What?
They just keep screaming spinner from the house. I keep hearing spinner. I keep hearing on my ouch. What do these words mean?
Yo.
That's gotta be the funniest thing, and I honestly am willing to see how that works out. But Surf and Turf and Team 7 tied right now, heading into Inkblot Arcade Academy. I think looking from what both teams have been running so far, Team 7 looks like they could be an early candidate just based on what they've been running. But Surf and Turf so far, I think, stripping away the hero plays that they pulled off in the last few matches and what they've been able to do in those last few minutes, I think Surf and Turf, again, this all becomes a question of how much paint there is, because there's a lot more flat ground on Inkblot than there is on Sturgeon, so paint becomes more of a deciding factor here as it did in Museum. So I think they still have something to work on there, but you better believe Team 7's taking a better look at them right now.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see the comps coming out here. Pretty much the same comp coming up inside of Surf and Turf. If we're going to see an adjustment here, we do see an adjustment going with the V bucket with the junior back to that crab tank. Going to be able to do a lot of work for them. And so we're going to see if Team 7 adjustment pays dividends there. They're actually, everyone on Surf and Turf is starting left side. Yo, they're being very aggressive on this opening, and I think it's going to pay off for them. And they can find a pick, and they do find 2 picks, and they're going to get 3. It's going to be, it's basically pretty much a wipe as they for the junior to jump out. What an aggressive start for Surf and Turf, and that's what you like to see. Put your foot on their throat early.
This is the opening gambit we've been looking for. Screw the ability. I mean, look at this. All 3 of them going 3 down. They might go 3 down again. Oh, very close to a trade there to pull off the triple. But Alaiko there has to jump for tower. It's all in vain as they're splattered away by the Booyah Bomb to Inkjet, trying to make quick work of the grab. But it's still going down. Surf and Turf, it looks like they've been on the short stick of the aggressive side thus far. But look at this. Surf and Turf making a quick statement early on.
I don't think any of them have died yet. This is Zuka shot into the corner. They're going to make it past this 3rd checkpoint with ease. They're just jumping in and down. Here's the Booyah Bomb in the front. They're shooting at the tower as well. They're throwing that Booyah Bomb down, unfortunately, and not to the front. They're able to stop the tower, but it's still 2 dead on their side. The juniors trying to push the tower all the way back. They're about to line, and that's a wipeout. They're going to be able to push to the front right now, Nito, and they're going to find a way to dive for this tower right now. Guja trying to take a shot there. Does get the bubbler up. It's going to be able to die right there. 5, 4, 3, 2. No, they stopped the tower right there. Here comes the Zuko shots, and they are able to stop the tower for right now and keep the game going.
Oh my goodness, dude! This is a different Surf and Turf team than what I've been seeing the last 2 matches. This is unbelievable. The amount of precision. They got another double good draw. My goodness.
Yo,
So
he's
good with the blaster. There's the triple.
He's going to get another one. He was pushing in. There's the bubbler. He's going to bubbler duel on his side. He's going to try to push this bubble. Get off me, he says. Immediately, Gudra just going crazy, keeping him back. And through half the game, Team 7 has been on the back foot, not even getting a chance to aggro. But I think it's finally done. It is finally a chance to get back into mid. Finders in the setup, but no, Chrissy is still up here actually. Chrissy is still up here taking fights for the team. Is she gonna be able to win it? Yes, they are with the help of that Inkjet as well. Able to push up, Gucci still popping off. And no, it's not over yet. The aggression is not over. They're still pushed up. They have not got a 1 punch. Gucci still popping off with the help of your teammates. It's gonna get to that top left side.
Think about it. We've been through half the match thus far. Team 7 hasn't even gone halfway past mid. Surf and Turf opened up left tree. And then it was history from there. Team 7 thankfully gets the wipeout finally. About 2 minutes left on the clock. Team 7.
Oh my goodness! Like,
I don't know what they're thinking right now, but that mentality has to come into play here because they have to keep that patience now. There's another one on the right side. Do they see it? They did find it just in time. There's a triple for Team 7. They have to come back, and they have to find a comeback now.
The Bucket forced a fight on the Ancient, and I don't think that was very smart. They're going to try to help them captain and jump, and they aren't going to be able to suffer to do that on this top left side. They can finally have a chance to breathe. They finally have a chance to get their own push going, and I think they're doing a very good job of doing that. Gujo only one left alive. They're going to make up the first hit with ease. They have to kill this blaster here. It's going to force them to pop tri-strikes, but it ultimately do get the pick. They have to clear that top left side as well, or they're going to be able to do it, Nito.
Him should be able to. I don't know, Jim. I'm starting to turn into Tony Romo here because I don't know, Jim. They've got 3 players down. There's 3. There's 2 now. They might be able to make it 3. Can they make it 3? They actually do make it 3. That's a delayed triple for Team 7. Team 7 saying Surf and Turf's about to get a taste of their own medicine right here. They go up to 35 remaining, cruising themselves back into the second checkpoint, but Surf and Turf able to put a stop to it. A minute to go, and it feels like I've been here for about 10 minutes watching both of these teams just go back and forth, tee each other off. Oh my goodness, we're gonna do a break after this.
They are literally scrapping. They are boxing. They have 1 match left to go. 2 dead on the side of Surf and Turf. They got to make it past this checkpoint. If they can make it past this checkpoint cleanly, they have a shot. But one unfortunately does go down with a trash. Like Gujo behind them on that top side. They have to get rid of Gujo here. They want a shot, but then the big bubble, and it's not going to be able to do much. And it's just a bucket, and that's basically a delayed wipe. There's the jump right there. They are going to punish it and a wipe out with only 20 left to go in this game. Team 7 needs to make it back to this tower.
MIT staff, if you're watching this right now, we need the next match to be mincemeat tower control. We just need it to be as slow as possible because we need something to cool down from this. And we're still going. Team 7's back on the tower, but Surf and Turf looks to have the answers fairly quickly. They have the Booyah as well, and Surf and Turf taking it to game 4, up 2-1 against Team 7.
Hey, what did I say? We gotta let them cook. We had to let them warm it up. The pot is finally stirring. That opening was the most aggressive opening I have ever seen on this stage. 3 people just straight going left from the start. And usually that's not something you would want to do since people usually watch that. But if they're not prepared for it, it works. And Team 7 was not prepared for it. That opening started this. That opening is why they won this game. That opening is the reason why they're a 2-1 and are on match point going in grand finals and are looking to win right here on Hagglefish Market Tower Control.
Oh man, that's that textbook definition of full send. Holy crap, dude.
I need to see the KAs. I need to see the KAs for us out of Surf and Turf. I know Gudra at least had 25. There is no way that man did not at least have 25. And I wouldn't be surprised to see multiple people with 20 Ks during that game. They were just scrapping, just fighting. It was insane.
That was round 12 of a boxing match. Both teams just going off on each other. And I do also want to see the KAs. I assume Gudra was out there putting up like Wilt Chamberlain numbers. All right, that's at least 100 points for him. That's Hagglefish Market. I mean, just off the basis that Hagglefish Market is a flatter map than Inkblot, I think Surf and Turf there's a very good chance Surf and Turf just keeps what they're doing. And in fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't remember which team ran the crab, but whichever team runs the crab is going to run it again.
Yeah, for sure. And they need to keep that crab. That crab is their one saving grace. And one thing to point out is that Surf and Turf didn't allow them to set up one single crab tank on defense. And if they did, it was in a bad spot and they had a jet ready for it. And that was their key to winning. Every time Gudra's in a 1v1, in a close range battle, when Blaster usually loses, he's just like, get off me, and just directs them or just literally waste their time waiting for a teammate to set up and help clean it up for him. And it's just, the way they're playing off of each other is just very, very good right now. Surf and Turf looks unstoppable right now, but that last game was still very close, all things considered. All these games have been pretty close, except for that very first one, which was dominated by Team 7. But now, on Hagglefish Market, we're going to see which team is able to clear off their entire front side court plat, if you will. Which one is going to be able to do it first? Because if Surf and Turf is able to set up there with that blaster, then there's going to be probably nothing they can do to get them out of there unless they have a Krakens ready.
I'm gonna say it's really funny. It would be really funny if Team 7 runs the Clash Blaster again, just because I know there's a lot of flank spots for them to open up with. Dang it, I was really hoping they would pull off some cheese here. But you know what? It's understandable. You're down 2-1. You want to start getting yourself a little serious. So they're going to keep that crab, and they're going to keep the actually going to bring... they're going to have the tacticooler as well, just to make sure they still have that extra bit of aggression. Crucy going far up the left side. This is starting to look like a little bit of deja vu here. Ooh, they're going for the 2v1. They're on Pika, and they get the 2 down. Gudra now on the in a world of their own, isn't quite able to get the pick there. Both teams are now in a 2v2, and we were almost about to see almost exactly what had happened last match. But Team 7 now having 2 specials online, getting ready for the push that Surf and Turf is starting to make.
Yeah, for sure. They have to put it at the ready as well. It took a fight and be able to get that big. It took another fight here against that Nova, making them forcing them to pop that Inkjet. What a very nice player by that ends up forcing them to pop Inkjet in a very weird spot. But as well, actually, no, that Inkjet was actually pretty good, able to help center their teams to come back in. But ultimately getting punished right now by that Zuka. So we want to see a 3v2 situation come in their fans in the favor of the side of Team 7. So we're going to get the first push going here, Nito. If
there's anything I have to admire, it's Team 7's great understanding of specials. They understood that if they can get that Inkjet to pop fairly quickly, there's nothing that Surf and Turf can have to defend the push that they're making right now as they head straight through checkpoint 1. Actually, they just barely get past it as one player has to hop off for the bomb. But they have a great understanding of how these specials can work both for and against them, which is what's working out so well for them, especially in that push. But Surf and Turf now has to find the answers, and they're actually starting to get a bit more paint down for themselves as Chrissy actually goes down to the NZAP on the other side.
Okay, so can we talk about this junior here on Team 7? See, if I'm that junior on Team 7, I am smashing something. Because every time he's on the tower and it's about to put that bubble up, he just dies before the bubble can go completely up. And it's happened so many times throughout this set. But while I'm talking about that, we're seeing Surf and Turf set up immediately here, and we're going to try to get a push going. But ultimately, they're just pushing back in because they have the more aggressive and paint-heavy comp versus that Team 7. That's what we're talking about during the first game. This is the comp they basically had this is the comp they had during the first game. And so now we're seeing pay a lot more dividends here, able to control the mid. We're pretty much only half the game left. Surf and Turf needs to find a way through. But like I said, that DPS just not enough in the face of a paint-heavy, rush-heavy comp.
Right, and you notice this kind of stall, or at least neutral battles happening more often, because most team, or at least Surf and Turf, has the ability to play it passive, play it safe, and that's really all they're forced to do, because when you're going up against a comp like this, there's not much else you can do. You saw Chrissy at the beginning try to go for some sort of sneaky play there at the beginning, but isn't quite able to get it off. That suction bomb takes off 2 players now. They might be able to take off 1 more, and they do. That's a delayed triple for Team 7 as Surf and Turf going down over and over again. Team 7 getting the better of them in pretty much most of these battles so far.
This NZAP mechanics is ahead of its local peers. They obviously know something we don't like, because this mechanics on this NZAP are quite insane. Able to find a way to get pick after pick as well. Bomb placement is amazing. They might be just a secret mid-level. Okay, maybe not that turn that time, just forcing the mid. But we're going to see Surf and Turf actually push up right now. Chrissy popping off right now. Every find a pick there with the flame. It's going to try to get it right here. And there's a crab tank. It's going to get destroyed. Immediately. Gudra pushing the hit. Is going to try to find some chip damage. Is going to be able to find one. Here's the big bubble. Able to help to take a little bit more space. Find a little bit more pressure there. But if someone admit they got rid of the main problem, meaning that ends up. So now it's going to be really nothing really to stop them here. Unless they have a crab tank here. But the crab tank can get shut down by the splash. But they're just pushing the tower. Able to slow it down. But they're able to get lead back with a minute left to go. But while this is not a good lead, it's still a lead nonetheless. So now they got to pay for specials. Hold defense here. If we're inside of Team 7, put that tacticooler down, push in, and force them out. Kill the machine so they don't get booyah bomb. And oh no, going down to the Autobomb is not what you want to do there.
If there's any point where Surf and Turf is encouraged to play passive, it has to be now, because Team 7 has no choice but to go for it. They're down to about 30 seconds remaining, so they have to go for some risky play here. Surf and Turf just has to keep playing it safe. They can't keep making those plays like Goodrew was trying to do there. They go 2 down. In fact, they go 3 down. Both teams now down to a delayed triple. And actually, Team 7 has 2 specials on the ready to pop the crab. This is exactly where you want to be with your Team 7 because Surf and Turf doesn't have the response. They don't have the specials. They might have another weapon rolling around the outside. The blaster, the doubler is starting to come out for the blaster. Can they get it cleared? They do. They actually get it out of harm's way. They might be able to win this just by hanging by a thread. Surf and Turf. You guys are Minnow Cup Tower Control champions.
Surf and Turf. They've been through so much, such a history. And as of recent, they were dealing with a lot of different problems, a lot of different things that came their way. We all know what those things are. And to see them come out on top and win fist bump achieved as well, they are your Minnow Cup Tower Control champions.
Oh my goodness. That's a lot for me to soak in, but I mean, hats off to both teams. Surf and Turf going for the opening gambit of the century in the Inkblot game, and Surf and Turf willing to play it safe, still finding the responses necessary, even when it looks like a dire situation for Surf and Turf. Once they found a mistake the Team 7 had made, I believe one of their players may have tried to veer off, and they managed to take advantage of that, but Team 7 can't count them out just yet. There's a lot of potential in both of these teams, and there's a very good reason why Team 7 made it to second place in low ink, but Surf and Turf proving they still have a lot of ink left in the tank.
Hey, for sure. You know, maybe during that next low week, we can see these two teams maybe face off in the grand finals for an epic rematch or something. That is assuming that Team 7 doesn't get banned. Hopefully they don't. I doubt they will, honestly. But with that being said, we can see them in that low week grand finals. I think that'll be a very hype set to watch. I would like to see both these teams face off in all modes and not just one mode. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely, dude. That would be total fight for the ages. Make it a pay-per-view. I think IPL makes money on that.
Man, what a tournament. Great job. Congratulations to Surf and Turf once again. And I think that's it for us, huh, Nita?
Yeah, that's going to be it from our end. And it's been an incredible 2 matches even. I think third place is still 2-2, so they're tied up. But as far as we know right now, that's going to be it from our end. If you want to find me on the social medias, I am Nito and Splat on Twitch for the once every 4 month stream. You might find me on Twitter depending on whether or not it is working. If it's not, then oh well, time to touch grass. But you may also find me touching grass. Stormy, where can we find you?
Maybe not on Twitter anymore. I don't know what's going on, bro. But if you do want to follow me on Twitter, follow me at Stormy Spam. If you want to see my YouTube content, Stormy Senpai. Want to see me do dumb things on Twitch, Stormy Senpai too. And that's pretty much it from us. We are going to turn it over to one of the head TOs, Moo herself. So yeah, that'll be it from us. Say hi to Moo for us.
All right, take it away.
Hello everyone, I am the Moo, the admin of production and communication here at Mulloway IT. Before signing off, we have a few words to say on behalf of Mulloway IT adminship and the staffing team. As many of you know, Miss Popgun has been working alongside MIT as an admin since Deep Sea Solutions merged back in early 2022. She has worked diligently, put her heart into everything that you see, and we cannot be more grateful for everything she has done. But it is with a heavy heart that we have to say that she is stepping down as an admin so that she can put all of her energy into a new venture with Popgun Jr. Miss Popgun, we wish you and your family all the best, and thank you for everything you've done. It would not have been possible without you. So please show your appreciation to her in the chat as the credits roll, and we will see you again for another Minnow Cup soon. Thank you guys.